Okay, so can I now have your undivided attention, please? First of all, before I actually start, tell me how many of you are very well prepared? How many of you are my students? Okay. Huh, my students have already studied foundation from me. So, Surya, this is not working. Ah, now it's working. I am sorry, I was lost with this. How many of you already my studied from me? Okay. Okay. So tell me, how well are you revised with the whole syllabus? How well you know the syllabus? Before I start, the revision, how well you know the subject? How many of you are like, I know all the 5 chapters? See, for the rest of the day, I'm anyway going to teach you. So this is the first 5 or 10 minutes where we are going to talk, and that ends there. So before I actually start teaching you, let's talk 5-10 minutes about your preparations, and then we'll start with it. So tell me, how many of you are like very well prepared with the subject? मैम तब आपको लगता है हम यहाँ बैठे होते? Do you really think we would have been here? How many of you, at least half of the subject I know? Half of the subject I know. Half of the subject. And 1 minute. That half includes what? Huh? That half includes what? Huh? What? What? Please, whatever you say, no, be a little loud so that at least I know what you're saying. What is that half? Acha, BCR you are saying. No. 1 minute. 1 minute. When I talk about 100% or half of the syllabus, I am only talking about the, yes, 60 marks. So how many of you are very well prepared with it? ऐसा नहीं है जिंक्स हो जाएगा, oh my god, if I tell in front of everyone, they would be like, oh my god, this person knows everything. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होना है. So how many of you very well prepared? How many of you are in a very bad state? Let's be honest. How many of you in a very bad state? I seriously have no clue where I am. It's okay. At least admitting is the first step to victory. Only when you admit you are not in a place where you can be victorious, that's the first step to, reaching something. अब मजाक समझ के क्या सभी हाथ उठा देंगे क्या? Huh? What? Seriously? Okay. First of all, you still have ample of time to actually cover up your entire syllabus. You still have. By the way, what's the date today? Saturday is starting. I'm so sorry about that. I have a problem. I don't remember because every day, like a zombie, you wake up and you get to do the same thing over and over. So I kind of tend to forget. Starting today, that is 17th of May. Even if you start studying from today onwards, and I'm talking about all the subjects put together, you still have ample of time to clear your foundation. So that is the first thought that should be there in your mind, that I still have. Now, I still have time to, let's just pass this weekend, uske baad dekhenge. I am starting today, I said, right? Starting today, even if you start studying and you plan it properly, you can actually still complete your syllabus. And you can still clear the foundation. And honestly speaking, let me tell you, I'm not talking about any repeaters or anything. I'm not going to, just pinpoint them. But it is very, very important for us to clear at this level. I mean, at this level, matlab in this attempt. And do you know why? Why? Huh? Syllabus will change. Seriously. I mean, November, May, there is an attempt, still attempt with the old syllabus, but the approval has already been given, and very sure that next May, the syllabus will change. And once the syllabus changes, law is what? 100 marks. And what I recently saw with all the students was the most difficult part for them was what? The law paper. I don't know about you guys. So, how many of you actually feel the most difficult subject in the entire syllabus is law? Aha! I mean, how can you even compare it with maths? इतना easy सा चुट्टू मुट्टू सा बच्चा सा है. Huh? Maths is easy. Maths is easy. You cannot be serious. Come on. You cannot say maths is easy. No. I don't even remember the M of maths. So anyway, my subjects obviously. But what happens is once we have to write this paper under the new syllabus. Yeah, 60 may say I am not able to score 45, 50. and there 100 में से, I mean 45-50 मतलब 60 का log, 40 का BCR, and still not able to score 40-45, वहाँ 100% law. How will I score it? So yes, we have to actually approach this with the motive and intent that I need to clear. It's a revision. So I don't think I need to point out that you please keep your mouth shut. You have come for the revision. Class hota hai, it is still understood. At this point of time, I don't think you have come here to waste your time in any manner. So you using your phone, which you should not even keep it on the desk, you using your phone, you talking to your friends, just goes to show how easy you are taking this whole. CA is not easy. They don't give you marks just because you have joined CA. If it was, everyone would have been a CA. There would have been no difference between a person walking on the road, just a layman, and a CA. You really need to put in a lot of hard work, efforts, dedication, focus, perseverance, which actually gives you this degree. So you don't get it just because you've joined CA Institute. CA Institute will not say, "Lo, jao, 60 marks, aise hi on the golden platter." No. So if you are here, don't talk. And if you are going to talk, please don't come to my class. This is something that I cannot take. My students know that very well. I cannot take using a phone. And second thing is talking in the class when I'm talking is absolutely not permissible. So if you are here, you have to follow these rules. Otherwise, the door is open for you. How many of you know the chapter weightage of each of the chapters? The marks weightage for each of the chapters. You know that? So I think that is the first thing we do in the class, right? So tell me, what is the weightage of each of the? Why is it important to know? When you go to write the paper, you should at least know how much weightage each of the chapter has, right? You have to know how much weightage each of the chapter has. Otherwise, how will you know how to study, what to study, and how much to expect from the chapter? So tell me, what's your name? I forgot. This guy, black shirt. I don't remember. Name remembering is a problem. So, huh? Vignesh. Yes, Vignesh. Would you be kind enough to tell each one of us the marks weightage for each of the chapters? Okay, Indian Contract Act. I'm just writing it down for all of you who wants to know about it. Indian Contract Act, how much? 18 to? Okay, instead of that, I would rather say you can say 22. Generally, they give. Some papers they have given 24 also. Okay, then देख के दे रहे हो. You don't remember this? Huh? SOGA is for how much? SOGA, that is Sale of Goods Act, is for 16 marks, right? Next. Third is what? Partnership Act, which is again what? 16 to 18 marks. Okay? Actually, if Indian Contract Act is 24 marks, partnership is 16 marks. If Indian Contract Act is 22 marks, partnership is 18 marks. Okay? What is the next one? LLP, how much? 5. And Companies Act is how much? 13. Okay. Thank you so much, Vignesh. How many of you planning to skip LLP? 5 marks chodo. I want you all. Raise your hands. Ekdam. Okay. Why will you skip? Why will you leave LLP? There is no weightage. Wait. Very important. Everything that a person answers is very important for you to take a choice. What's your name, dear? Shashank. Would you please be kind enough to tell me why you think you should leave LLP? Other chapters have more weightage. Have you studied LLP? Why? अच्छा पहले ही डिसाइड कर लिया 5 मार्क्स है तो कौन पढ़ेगा? Why to waste time, है ना? Okay, चलो ठीक है. How many of you have never studied LLP actually? Just skipped it from day one. Okay, now I will tell you why you should not skip LLP. Any other person planning to skip any of the other chapters? Arey marna hai kya? This is like suicide attempt. Leaving other chapters is like suicide attempt. And as per Indian Penal Code, threatening to commit suicide is what? It is what? It is a crime. It is what? Coercion. It is a crime. Anyway, the paper has how many total questions are there in your paper? Before I start with the revision, just a few things I want to discuss. How many questions you have in your paper? Are you sure? Are you sure? So each question is basically how many marks? 12 marks. 6 questions are there. So ma'am, isme to 72 marks aayega. Yes, obviously institute doesn't say you have to answer all the questions. right? Even I get a right to choose, right? Everything, whatever you do, a decision or a choice is there. So yahan to milna hi chahiye. This is about my career. So institute gives you 6 question, where question number 1 is a compulsory question. Do you know the 3 chapters from which compulsory question is given? Indian Contract Act, Sale of Goods Act, Companies Act. So we basically have 3 questions, where the first question, question 1A, is Indian Contract Act, 1B is Companies Act, and so this is the pattern which has been so far since the beginning of your first what? Since the beginning of your first CA foundation exam. And I have not seen it change, and I don't think it will change. But after teaching for this profession for 17 years, I really don't want to make any such comments. But so far, this has been the pattern: 3 questions of 4 marks each, right? 4, 4, 4, where mostly 2 questions at least are practical case studies. How many of you? I just cannot write practical case studies. I am done. How many of you are not able to write the case studies at all? Practical case studies, right? So everyone is able to write that. Yes. If you are able to write the case study, half the battle is already won. How many of you are not able to write direct answers? How many of you are not able to write direct answers? Because you know what? One thing that I have, even when I was teaching in 2009, also students had this problem. Even today, also students have the same problem. We know the answer. We don't know how to write the answer. So you have problem with the answer. So yes, so that is the reason I say every time that you have a problem, you should admit it, accept it, acknowledge it, because when you do that, you have to fight it. So she has a problem. What's your name? Meghna. Anyone else has a problem writing answers, that I know the answer but I just don't know how to start with it? So no, writing the answer in the exam is a very, very crucial part. 50% of your paper is case studies. How many of you have problem with that also? With that also. Okay. Okay. So anyway, we will discuss a few of that also, how it is supposed to be done. A little bit discussion I'll do on that also, because that's a very crucial part. So, all of you who have actually acknowledged this, that yes, this is where I lack or that is where I lack, you should, mentally give a pat on your back, that this is the first step to come out what? With good marks in your. When you acknowledge, I told you, when you accept, you work for it. Unless you acknowledge, accept, admit, you will never work for it, because somewhere, when I asked you the first time, how many of you have problem with the answers? No one was ready to raise the hands unless Meghna actually accepted it. So if you don't accept it, you will never work for it. When you accept it, you work for it. It's as simple as that. So a mental pat on all of your backs from me, from yourself also, that at least you have admitted and you know what areas are your gray areas and where you need to work on. This is your first question, which is, as I told you, compulsory question. Question number 2. Question number 2. Okay. Question number 2 is divided into 2 questions, 7 plus 5. And it is always like this. It's not, they change. It's always like this, where question number 7 is Indian Contract Act, question number 5 is LLP. Now tell me, you should skip LLP or you should do LLP? Why you should do? That also. Those who think I will skip LLP, it's a very small chapter. If you actually sit with me, within 1 hour, the chapter will be done for you. Within 1 hour, the chapter will be done for you. Uske baad mein ghar jaake you study 1 hour, the chapter is complete. Right? And it honestly speaking, LLP is nothing but a combination of Partnership and Companies Act. So we are foolish to leave it. And the questions are repetitive. They don't even ask you very tricky or tough questions. Super easy questions they ask you all the time. So why am I going to leave it? That is me being foolish. If I leave that 5 marks LLP, I compromise on 7 marks Indian Contract Act, and no one in their right mind, even in their wrong mind also, a CA foundation student is never going to leave Indian Contract Act. And this 7 marks question will be what? They will maybe ask you, what is fraud? What are the essentials of fraud? When is silence fraud? Right? This question. Or No consideration, no contract. What are the exceptions to this rule? This, अरे ये तो इतना easy question है. How can I? And because I did not do this LLP, I have to compromise on my Indian Contract Act. So we are not leaving LLP. अब LLP नहीं leaving, तो we don't have any option. So basically, we are going to complete the whole syllabus, right? I'll look at the, once we are done with the revision, I will also just open up a question paper. Today, if I open up, no point, let's do the revision first. I'll also discuss a question paper 1 or 2 with you, so that, you know, we can identify questions, we can identify how it is, what it is, which chapter it is. So I'm going to start with, obviously, the Indian Contract Act 1872. Before I start with the chapter, first of all, you will, I'll tell you where to get these notes also, don't worry on that. First of all, please understand, it's a revision. I take 10 hours, 5 hours session every day, 10 days, 5 hours session every day to complete Indian Contract Act. Right? Which means what? 50 hours. You cannot expect me to do it in that details, right? I am just going to discuss the key words here with you, right? I am going to discuss what? I'm going to discuss the topics with you, what you should remember, all that. But if it happens that you have this one topic, you are like, no, ma'am, I am seriously confused with this topic. Please help me with this. You have any doubt, you will ask me, and then we will do that particular topic in details. Okay? Because humanly, it's impossible for me to do everything in detail as we do in the class. Even I cannot even give an example also for you for all the cases. Why I cannot give you? Because if I start giving examples also, 20 hours Indian Contract Act will not get over. But if you have any topic which you are not sure of, you ask me, I will go into details for that topic. I hope it's clear. All the best to all of you. Just remember, it's still not too late. It's still not too late. And just remember today, you have to. If you have come here, I mean, it's for no joy that you have come here to sit from 3 to 8, not to clear your CA. So you have that motive in mind and you are supposed to clear the paper by hook or by, I mean, no, please. I mean, by crook bola ma'am ne, so let's cheat also and do. Nahi, I'm not talking about that. By hook or by crook, matlab, however I study, but I will study and I will clear. Okay? So the act came into force on the 1st of September 1872. Obviously, the name itself suggests Contract Act deals with what? Contract. Contract Act deals with what? Contract. So, in this chapter, we are basically going to study everything relating to contract. First part talks about what is a contract, what are the essentials of a contract. Second part talks about everything relating to performance and breach. And the third part talks about special types of contract. Okay? If this classification is not given in the act or anything, I'm just telling you how we can actually classify the whole act that we have in our syllabus. So the first part, which is till unit 3, in my material, the students would have done it unit 4 because I have divided the first unit into 2 parts. So the first unit, that is first 3 units, that is still other essentials of the contract. We are only talking about all the essentials of a valid contract. The second part, that is unit 4 and unit 5, basically talks about what? Performance of the contract and breach. And the last one, that is unit 6, talks about special contracts. Where we have 7 special contracts in your syllabus, it's only 2. So tell me, when we say contract, what is a contract? And 1 minute, just because it's a recap, you will think I will talk and you will sit there cozily. No. So you will keep answering everything that you know. And it's not, you will not wait for the other to answer. I'm not asking anyone personal questions. So everyone will speak up, right? So tell me, what do I mean by a contract? It's an agreement enforceable by law. See, when I talk about this term agreement, no, the term agreement is it's a very wide term. Like anything, we can put it into the term agreement. Yash is conducting this marathon classes for you and you agreeing, is it an agreement or not? Yes, yes. You make friends. Here you come and you sit with someone and you get so pally with the person that at 5:36, whenever ma'am, the first thing that class may enter karti, what time will she give us a break? That's the first thought. So 5:30 or 6, whenever ma'am gives a break, you both decide, Arey yaar, chal coffee pee ke aate hain. Let's go and eat something. Can we say this is also an agreement? Yes or no? Yes, this is also an agreement. You go back home, you take the public vehicle. This is also an agreement. Everything that we do, it's an agreement. But everything that we do is definitely not what? In, in fact, tell me if Yashas does not conduct, you come here and they say, sorry, for some unforeseen reason, the class will not be held. We don't know it will be held or not. Can you sue Yashas? No, no, you cannot. So when I say agreement is a wide term, includes so many things. Agreement includes a what? Social agreement. It includes what? Domestic. It includes legal. How do you define domestic? Means there is a relationship. Social means any person, anyone. But when the agreement is legal, it is what? Enforceable by law. And when it is enforceable by law means what? I can take the other party to the court in case of any discrepancy. And when it is enforceable by law, it is what? Contract. What is agreement? Every promise and every set of promises forming consideration for each other. What is promise? What is promise? A proposal, when accepted, becomes a promise. What is proposal? Willingness to do or not to do something with a view of obtaining the other person's consent to such acts or abstinence. Then what was the next one? What is acceptance? When the person to whom the offer is made signifies his consent thereto. And if I just say that all agreements are not contracts, but all contracts are agreements, am I right? Yes. Why? Because only an agreement which is legal is a contract. When I say agreement, it can be social, domestic, or legal. But when it is legal, it is also a contract. So all agreements are not contracts, but all contracts are agreements. Now, can you tell me what are the essentials of a valid contract? Okay. 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 Legal object. Competency of parties. Made with an intention to get the other person's consent. Okay. What else? Consideration. What else? Ha ha ha. Lawful objects. Okay. What else? Possibility in nature. Okay. What else? Actually, when I talk about essentials, no, section 10 gives me the essentials of a valid contract. Now, just because I said section 10, every question of essential, students will write section 10. No, section 10 just gives us a list of the essentials. The explanation of the essentials is given in the rest of the sections. Please, if you don't know, don't write wrong sections in the answer. So, are we supposed to remember the sections as far as exam is concerned? No, it's okay if you do, but it's absolutely not a crime if you don't. Right? What about law language? Do you need to remember the law language? Not necessary. No. Definitions cannot be changed. Humanly impossible. I am teaching Companies Act 2013 since 2013. But if you tell me to quote every section, I cannot. Humanly impossible. तब फिर इस term नहीं 2025 only I will write my foundation. Not possible, right? So please, law language, you don't have to remember everything word to word. Definitions, yes. Technical words, yes. Yes. But otherwise, it's absolutely okay if you write it in your own words. There is no hard and fast rule that you have to remember the what? Law language. Are you okay? Huh? Okay. So, section 10 gives us, now please understand, section 10 does not give me Section 10 does not give me the essentials in detail. It just gives me the list of the essential. And as per section 10, there are only 6 essentials. What are the 6 essentials? Offer and acceptance, consideration, capacity to contract, free consent, lawful object, An agreement not expressly declared void. So here it is wrong. It is not expressly declared void. But over the years, through different cases, we realize that we need certain other essentials also, and these essentials were laid down. These are not given under the act, but are equally important. What are these? Two parties, then create a legal relationship, then and legal formalities. So we are going to discuss the essentials in a little while. Can you get a question? What are the different types of contract on the basis of validity? Can you get a question? All of you, those who are sitting there, it's a theory paper. If you don't reply within 1 hour, my voice will be like a lullaby, okay, with some background music which your ears will just try to, think about, and you will fall asleep. Okay? So please, all of you are supposed to answer. Can you get a question like what are the different types of contract on the basis of validity? Yes. So you need to remember the classification. Can you tell me what are the different types of contract? Huh? Valid, void, voidable, illegal, and unenforceable. What is void? What is void? Huh? Not enforceable by law. Just remember the keywords. What is void? Not enforceable by law. If you remember this much, the rest sentence English is very good. I mean, our English is very poor. My English is vernacularly low. But you guys, your English is amazing. So you don't need to worry about writing an English sentence. Yes. What happened? Why are you giving me those looks? So, moving on to the next one. Acha, before I go into this, next one. When we say void, no, I can actually classify void under two heads. What? What is void contract and what is void agreement? What is void agreement? It's not visible. Should I use another color? If it is not visible, tell me what is void agreement? It is void from the very beginning. It is what? Void. That means from the time it was made, it was always what? From the time it was made, it was what? Always void. Can you give me examples of void agreement? No. Huh? I'm sorry? Okay. Okay. What else? You're talking about bilateral mistake, right? Bilateral mistake. Yes. What else? Huh? Agreement with the minor. Okay. All of you, what else? Chalo, you have studied. Agar if it is a new batch I'm teaching who have never studied law, I understand. Their hesitation or they don't know. You know, huh? Agreement to murder. Illegal. Okay. Unsound mind. Fine. What else? What else? Person disqualified by law. Okay. Who else? Haha. Impossible to perform. Okay. Impossibility from the time the contract was made. What else? What else? Huh? Unlawful object. Okay. What else? What else? What else? Huh? Wagering agreement. Okay. Haha. Who is that? Illegal. Okay. Illegal agreements. What else? If let's sum up all the cases where it is void ab initio. Can I say when consideration is missing? Can I say when capacity is missing? Okay. Can I say in case of bilateral mistake of what? Fact. Can I say in case of mistake of foreign what? Law. In case of what? Lawful, unlawful object. In case of agreement by way of what? Wagers. In case agreement the terms of which are uncertain. In case of agreement where a part is legal and other part is illegal. And in case impossibility existing at the time of what? Contract. So why I did not say enemy separately? Because enemy is covered under capacity to contract disqualified by law. Remember these things. You will never make mistakes. If you get a question on that, you know the conclusion. So, where consideration is missing, where capacity is missing, where it is bilateral mistake of fact, where it is mistake of foreign law, where the object is unlawful, where a contract has two parts, one legal, other illegal, when the contract is by way of wager, or when the contract terms are uncertain, or when the impossibility exists at the time of contract. In all of these cases, it is what? It is void ab initio. What is ab initio? From the beginning. So this is a technical word. So if you are supposed to write in the exam void, you write void ab initio instead of void from the beginning. It's a technical term. I'm not saying it's wrong, but use, excuse me, the technical word. Now, what is a void contract? Where the contract, when it was made, it was valid, but later it becomes void. So it becomes void at what? Later stage. Can you tell me where in Contract Act the contract is void? It's valid. Unilateral mistake is valid. Supervening, no, undue influence is voidable. Undue influence is voidable. Supervening, the first one, supervening. See, why you need to know? They ask you questions on this. They don't ask you question on void contract. They ask you questions which is related to supervening impossibility. So there you need to explain when after the formation of the contract impossibility happens. What is the other case? Supervening impossibility covers that. What other? There are actually only two cases under the Indian Contract Act where the contract is void. The rest all is void ab initio. What is the second one? In case of contingent contract. So these are the only two cases where the contract is void. The rest all, if it is void, it is always void ab initio. Is it clear to all of you? Blue is better or red is better? Like I cannot see from here. Red is better. Okay. Now tell me, what is voidable? What is voidable? Which is enforceable at the option of one of the parties, but not at the option of the other or others. Under the Indian Contract Act, a contract is voidable only in three cases. Only in three cases it's voidable. What are the three cases? Okay, what else? What else? The first one is where free consent is missing. Now, when I say free consent is missing, that also not in all the cases. Coercion, undue influence, fraud, or mistake is not voidable. And that's the reason I said not in all cases. Mistake is either void or valid, it's never voidable. You need to be very careful because when they ask you a case study, when you have to write the consequence, if you don't remember, your answer will be wrong. What else? What else? What else? Come on. There are two more cases. What other cases? Huh? That is breach, you are saying. Breach is void. No, damages can be suffered even in void case also, in voidable also. I did not get you. Could you please repeat the whole thing again? What did you say? What's your name, dear? Vaishnavi, yes. That is breach, no? That is breach, right? Okay. Okay. Are you talking about time of essence or are you talking about? Okay. So, in a contract, when time is mentioned, in some cases, time may be of essence, and in some cases, it may not be of essence. Those who are like, what is she talking about? When I come to that respective topic, I'm going to actually talk about it in details, not right now. So, when the time is of essence and the parties fail to perform within the time, what's wrong with this now? Don't tell me. I thought only my laptop did that. Okay. Okay. So, time is what? Of essence. In fact, recently this topic has become the institute's hot favorite. I don't know you've read these questions or not. Sonu was supposed to sing instead of Sonu. Sonu sent Mika. Yes, that one question was there. Question relating to this topic. There are like 3 or 4 questions which is on the same grounds, the same basis. Time of essence ka. One other case. What is one more case where time is of essence? Huh? What is one more case where time is of essence? Where one party is ready to perform, but the other refuses to accept. Ma'am, but this is, sorry, this is breach, no, ma'am. So basically, what happens, let's say, for example, A has to deliver goods to B. A delivers the goods to B at proper time and place, but still B refuses to accept it. So A has an option. So B has breached the contract. Now A has an option. If A wants to still deliver the goods again, A may. And if A does not want to deliver, he may cancel. So the contract becomes what? Voidable, also known as attempted performance. Okay. So these are the only 3 cases where the contract is voidable. Rest all it is what? Either void or it is what? Void ab initio. Okay. Remember these so that you don't make mistakes in the exam whenever a question is asked or a conclusion is supposed to be given. Can I move forward? Yes. Now tell me what is the next one? Valid. What is valid? We both can sue each other, right? What is valid? We both can sue each other. What is illegal? It is void as well as punishable by law. There was quite an interesting case on this illegal in the previous exam. The first question in the paper. Killing one. Exactly. I'm today, in fact, I'm planning to write that answer only for the live session. Chalo, anyway. What is unenforceable? Not enforceable by law. What is void then? Not enforceable by law. So what is the difference? In unenforceable, the contract is not enforceable because of some technical defects. And when we say technical defects, what do we mean by technical defects? Like lack of writing, or when law says that contract should be written or contract should be registered and we parties don't fulfill this criteria, the contract is what? Unenforceable. Can I move to the next one? Yes. I would suggest if you're writing, please do make note of these things so that you don't make any mistakes in it. Be careful when a practical case study is given, these points you need to remember. Yes. Is void. Unenforceable is only when law says it should be written or law says it should be registered. Then it is unenforceable. Or there is a lapse of time. Lapse of time, best example is what? Time barred debt. Time barred debt. Can I move forward? Yes. Now, on the basis of formation, what are the different classifications we have? Express, implied, e-contracts. What is express? By words. By words, oral or written. Right? They express and implied, these words we use so many times in law. Right? So many times in law. You don't need to remember everything word to word. Remember the key words. That's more than enough. By words, oral or written. When we say implied, implied is anything other than words. Right? Implied is anything other than words. And when I say anything other than words, it can be what? By law or by actions. Some cases, the word implied is used to mean only by law. Some cases, it is used to mean only by actions. Some cases, it is used to mean both. When I use the word implied in context with a contract, it means both by law or by what? Actions. What do I mean by law? There is no contract between the parties, but a contract is created by law, also known as what? Quasi contract. What is actions? Tacit, that is, the acts of the parties suggest that a contract is made. For example, knocking off hammer, you stepping onto a bus, you withdrawing cash from the ATM. These are all what? Tacit contracts. Then, what is e-contracts, which are entered over the internet using the electronic mode? On the basis of performance, we have unilateral, bilateral, executed, executory, partly executed, partly executory. What is unilateral? See, we have to understand, whenever a contract is made, there are two parties and both the parties have to perform. Okay? Whenever a contract is made, there are two parties and both the parties have to perform. Now, let's say this party 1, he performed the contract, before or at the time of making the contract. And once the contract is made, only party 2 is left to perform. This is what? Unilateral. For example, booking the tickets for a movie, booking the tickets for vacation, you're going to fly somewhere. So only when you pay the money, your tickets are booked, right? And once the tickets are booked, only the other person is left to fly you to your destination. What is bilateral? Both are yet to perform. Contract is made, but neither have I performed nor have you performed, right? There is a separate classification: executed, executory. What is executed? ED, past tense, done, khatam. I have performed my part, you have performed your part, right? I have performed my part, you have performed your part. Can we also call it as, yes or no? We can also call it as the discharge of the contract. Contract is discharge. What is executory? Both are yet to perform. So, how does it differ from bilateral? In some cases, you will see they have said that it's the same. In some cases, they give a slight difference. What is that slight difference? Let's talk about it. A will deliver goods to B will pay the price. Neither A delivered nor B paid. This is what? Bilateral. Both are yet to perform. Just rephrasing this situation, please tell me, how does it differ? A will deliver only when B pays. Only when B pays. B did not pay and so A did not deliver. So in the previous case, there were two promises, but the promises were what? Independent. Whereas in the second case, the promises are what? They are dependent. And when the promises are dependent, we call them as what? Reciprocal. And when they are yet to be performed, we call them as what? Executory. Is it clear to everyone? Are you sure? What is partly executed, partly executory? One has performed, other is yet to perform. Is it clear to all of you? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Okay. Now, like this is going to go on till 5, 6, huh? The class was at 3 o'clock, huh? It's already 4. I have this problem. I hate people coming late to the class. I am not going to the differences. Do you want me to go to the differences? No, sure. But I want to discuss one difference here. Collateral agreement. Okay. So there was this question. Should I show you the question once? Yes. Okay, wait. Let me just see if it is connecting or not. It should connect, hopefully. How many of you are writing the mock test of the ICI? No one. How many of you are have yeah, the Yasha students? How many of you have written the mock test that Yashas has conducted? You have written? Please, if you have not, go and write it. Today, test paper. Today was accounts. Tomorrow is law. Please go and write. And anyway, tomorrow we will be done. You have an option to write it for 48 hours. 48 hours, no? 24 hours. So tomorrow the syllabus will be done. Once just go and sit. Anyway, even if you write mock test, how does it make a difference? That they are not going to give you a certificate of fail, pass. At least you will know where you are. And they will also get the papers corrected. So do write the exam, please. So, yes, this was the question that I was talking about. You were also talking about this question. So, tell me about this question, please. I'm going to do a lot of questions also, hopefully, because that is more something which is more conceptually important. थोड़ा सा जल्दी जल्दी पढ़ना थोड़ा सा you need to read also quick. Always the best way to solve a question is start drawing the question. I always draw. For me, that's easier. The one with the white shirt and blue glasses, you are going to answer me this question. Full on talking. What's your name? Sankal. We met in the marathon session. Yes, I remember. How is it going? It's about to get over, no? It's over or it's over, about to get over? How many days more? Bolo, what is the answer? Huh? Huh? So what are you saying, Sashank? I did not get you. Okay. Are you sure? Collateral to void. Okay. X gave money to Y. How much? 1 lakh to kill Z. And to give this money, he took a loan from whom? Was W aware of the purpose of the loan? Yes. Yes. So this contract is what? Illegal. And when the main contract is illegal, the collateral is what? The collateral is void. Right? Collateral is void. So this was the only difference that I also wanted you to. Whereas if the main contract is void, the collateral is what? The collateral is valid. So we'll move on to the next. Yes. With this, we are done with this unit. And moving on to the next one, offer. The Now we are going to start with the essentials, and the next 3 units is all about the essentials of a valid contract. What is the first essential? Offer, right? What is offer? Willingness. When we say willingness, it should be a final willingness. If you are ready to negotiate, if it is not your final willingness, if you are ready to negotiate, it is what? Invitation to offer. And we already know invitation to offer is not an offer, right? What is it? Willingness to do or not to do something with a view of obtaining the other person's consent. So it is not always for doing something, even if you agree to not do something, that is also considered as a valid offer. So it is not always necessary that offer is for a positive act, it can also be for a negative act. And why am I making an offer? I am expecting that you will accept my offer. So, what are the different types of offers that we have without looking into the book or without looking here and there? What are the different types of offers that we have? General offer, special offer, cross offer, counter offer, and standing or open offer. What is general offer? Made to the world at large. Who can accept it? Anyone. How will they accept it? To fulfill the conditions, huh? Act accordingly. Okay, tell me. Let's say you lost your puppy. You put an ad in the newspaper, I lost my puppy. Who whoever goes to search for your puppy, should he call you? Or the fact that he acted on it is an acceptance of your offer? The fact that he acted on it is an acceptance of the offer. You cannot say, you never told me that you're going to look for the puppy. I'm not going to pay you. Are bhai, he acted. So any person may come forward, act accordingly, and what? Accept the offer. What is special offer? Made to a definite person or to a definite group of person. It can be group. Now please understand, ma'am, if I make the offer to 100 people, ma'am, this is group, ma'am, this is group. Then if this is group, then what is crowd? Right. Group means what? A very select number of persons. As such, Indian Contract Act does not define anything. But if you see Companies Act, private placement, they have given a number 50, 200, that is given. Hai na? But Indian Contract Act does not define anything as to what is a group and what is a crowd. So we just have to identify from the given situation. What is a cross offer? Two parties are making same offers to each other, but they both don't know that the other person has made such an offer. This is what cross offer. What is the result of cross offer? Both the offers will lapse. That means cross offer can never result in a what? Contract. What is counter offer? These are keywords. If you remember this, you can easily what? Write the answers. See, it's humanly impossible if you have written notes. Like, I don't know about you guys whether you write notes. I mean, those who are not my students, but in my class, those who write notes, abhi tak to you must have already filled up 20 pages. Now, in just before the exam, tomorrow is my exam. Today, I cannot sit and read every, for 200 plus pages of notes. So, when you go through this is just what? It's a recap of the entire thing. If you remember this, you remember you are eligible to write the whole paper without a glitch. Tell me, what is a counter offer? When the person to whom the offer is made accepts it with modification. So, modification of the original offer. What is the result of this? The original offer lapses. See, I told you, I cannot give you example for each topic. But agar koi topic, any one of you, irrespective of even if it is a single person who has a doubt, you ask me, I'll explain the whole topic with examples. Okay? I hope it's clear to all of you. Yes? That means can counter offer result in a contract? Yes or no? Yes. Yes. If the other party accepts, then it makes a contract. Any kind of modification. So please understand, modification is not only about monetary modification. Whatever modification you make, I tell you, I will sell you my car and purchase your bike. You say, I will purchase your car, but I will not sell you my bike. This is also modification. Modification doesn't mean only monetary modification. Modification means any type of modification. Right? I applied for 100 shares. Shares were oversubscribed. I only got 60 shares. This is also what? Modification. Right? Then standing or open offer. What is standing or open offer? Which is open for acceptance over a period of time. What happens once the period lapses? What happens once the period lapses? The offer will also lapse. Clear, all of you? Now, rules of offer. Chalo, tell me, what are the rules of a valid offer? To make an offer, can you get a question like what are the rules of a valid offer? Yes, they have asked. Do you just write the headings? No. Institute doesn't give you 7 marks like that only for writing headings. You have to write the explanations also. Now, how will I study? If you see whatever book you refer, these rules come up to 2 or 3 pages. Can I learn the 2 or 3 pages? This is just one topic. Like that, we have 50 topics. Is it humanly possible to learn? No. In the exam, you can never quote whatever is given in the book word to word. So, ma'am, how am I supposed to remember and write? You are supposed to remember this. You read the topic properly 3 times, 2 times, 4 times. Whatever is needed, because not everyone is same. One person, you people are intelligent. You read it once, everything gone in your head, like as if you are a computer. I read it 4 times, still nothing goes here. Right? Still I have to read. So you are intelligent, we are average. Right? So for you, maybe one reading is enough, not for me. So how many readings you need to do, that depends on you. You have to read it. In the exam, you cannot learn it. You need to learn this. If you learn this, you can write the explanation in your own words. Are you getting my point? Can you also write examples? Yes, absolutely. You can write. Right? So, what are the rules of a valid offer? Must be definite, clear, and not vague. Right? Now, how will you write? The terms of the offer must be clear, must be understood by the other person. If it is not clear, it is not a valid offer. So, this has to be written in your own words. But this heading you must remember, right? Must be made with an intention to create a legal relationship. Then, communicated to the, are you sure? Communicated to the offeree. And from this only we get cannot be accepted in ignorance of the offer. Where there was a very, what do you say, famous case, Lalman Shukla versus Gauri Dutt. Remember that nephew was lost. Yes, one of the earliest cases in our Indian Contract Act. Chalo, next batao. What are the points? Can it be conditioned? Can it be express or implied? Yes. When it is express, it may be oral or written. Can it be? Can it be conditional? Yes. But can it contain a term, the non-compliance of which would amount to acceptance? No. The non-compliance of which? Okay. So A wants to sell his horse to B. Okay. A wants to sell his horse to B. He says to B, he makes an offer to B, want to sell you my horse. Okay. If I sue, if you laugh at my drawings. Okay. And if you laugh, you come and draw better. Then you laugh. If you don't reply, I will deem that you have accepted my offer. Right? You are telling that if you don't reply, I will imply that you have accepted my offer. First of all, if I want to accept your offer, can I say I will do it by my words or by my actions? Yes or no? Yes. If I am silent, what does it mean? Huh? I've not accepted. See, you make an offer to me. If I want to accept, I will send a reply. If I don't want to accept, will I send a reply that I don't accept your offer? No. I don't reply means I have not accepted your offer. Now, if you say, if you don't reply, I will deem that you have accepted my offer. Are you not forcing your offer on me? So, offer can be conditional. But if the condition says that if you don't reply, it is an acceptance, this acceptance is, this offer, sorry, is not valid. Right? If you, but then you will say, but ma'am, in sale on approval, this is what happens. Then why is that valid? I will sell you this pen. If you don't reply within 10 days, I will deem that you have accepted my offer. Is it a valid offer? No. No. Offer must not contain any term, the non-compliance of which would amount to acceptance. Abhi dhyan se sunna. I give the pen to you. See, the whole point is no, when I say acceptance, acceptance should be given by what? Words or by actions, right? But silence is in no way acceptance. Now, another situation. I give this pen to you. I tell you, keep this pen for 10 days. If you don't want to buy it, return the pen within 10 days. You don't return it within 10 days. How will you, why will you think I've accepted? Because your act of retaining the pen is an acceptance. So their silence is not acceptance. Your act of keeping the pen with you after 10 days is acceptance. But when I say, if I want to sell this pen to you, if you don't reply, I will deem that you have accepted. Is this valid? No. Even my actions or my words have not suggested my acceptance. But when the pen is with you and you don't return it, your act of keeping the pen is an acceptance. So that's the difference between this and sale on approval. Is it clear to all of you? Are you sure? Yes? Can I move on to the next one? Acceptance. What is acceptance? When the person to whom the offer is made, that is, offeree signifies his consent thereto. What are the rules of acceptance? What are the rules of acceptance? As I told you, you need to remember this, right? Acceptance must be what? Absolute and unqualified. That means it must be just as per my terms of offer. If you change my terms, if you modify my terms, you're not accepting my offer. You are giving a counter offer. You are giving what? Counter offer. I applied for 100 shares, but the subscription, it was oversubscribed. I was only allotted 60 shares. Am I bound to keep the 60 shares? Am I bound to keep the 60 shares? Am I bound? No. No. But tell me, would you in your right mind reject it? Would you in your right mind? Why? Why won't you reject it? Tell me. Huh? अरे भाई ओवर सब्सक्रिप्शन हुआ है 100 I am asking, but I am only given 60. Matlab, can you see the demand? I am not getting it. Or Ayawa, who says take it away? So I will not reject it. Because the securities are what? High in demand. But आजकल का बात छोड़ दो. Paytm का IPO had come. That was also like people were going gaga about it. But my dad was like, no, we are not buying shares of Paytm under any circumstances. So anyway, yes. So moving on to the next one, it must be absolute and unqualified. Must be communicated to whom? To the offerer. Must be communicated. Silence is acceptance. No. Don't tell me AC is gone. Shit. Silence is not acceptance. We already saw silence cannot be treated as acceptance. Abhi kal ko, so I told you in the class also, some girl, you tell her something and you say her I love you and she's like, and you are like, oh my god, she's my girlfriend. You go declaring everywhere she's my girlfriend. She'll file a case against you for libel. Right? So silence is not acceptance. But can the actions of the parties result in the acceptance of the offer? Yes. Silence is not acceptance, but acceptance can be done by the what? Conduct of the parties. Acha, tell me, is it mandatory that the offerer must specify which mode he wants the acceptance in? He can. Not mandatory. If he does not specify any mode, in which mode should we accept the offer? Reasonable mode. In reasonable mode. But if he mentions the mode, then it has to be in that mode only. If the offerer specifies a particular mode for the acceptance of the offer, if accepted, must be in that mode only. Otherwise, it's not a valid acceptance. And the last one should be within the time specified. And if nothing is specified, then when? In law, there is this very funny word reasonable. जहां कुछ नहीं होता है फिट वहां पे फिट कर दो reasonable. But it's a very circumstantial thing. Because it's very circumstantial, there is no definition given anywhere by law. Law does not, lawmakers do not say anything. They just say it is what? A question of fact. When law defines something, we say it's a question of law. But law does not define. It just says it's a question of fact. And when we say question of fact means what? Depends upon the facts of each and every case. Because if let's say the goods are such, the price fluctuates a lot. So the time will be less than compared to other goods. If it is what we say perishable goods, the time will be what? Less. Right? Still keep whatever notes, even though you're not writing anything, whatever notes you are following to study, keep those notes in front of you so you can relate to them. Otherwise, after a certain point of time, it would be like, what am I doing? Communication and revocation. How many of you have a problem with this topic? Full problem. What is the problem? Revocation. I don't know why in this I have missed out on communication of offer. If I just say communication of offer, or if I just say communication of acceptance, whatever, Remember, communication takes place when it comes to the knowledge of the person to whom it is made. Uh, why am I saying person to whom it is made? In case of offer, it is knowledge of offeree. In case of acceptance, it is knowledge of offerer. Okay? If I talk about communication of offer for either of the parties, for the offerer, for the offeree, it's simple. It's very simple. I post done for me, you receive done for you. It's very direct and very simple. Once I post, my work is done. Once you receive, your work is done. So when we say communication of offer for the offerer, when is it? When he posts it. When he what? Posts it. When is it for the offeree? When he receives it. So I post done for me, you receive done for you. So if I say communication, if I just say communication of offer, when it comes to the knowledge of the offeree. But if I say for the offerer, when he posts it, for the offeree, when he receives it. When is the communication of acceptance? One thing here, please remember, this is just the opposite. In offer, what is happening? I post done for me, you receive done for you, right? But in acceptance, it's the opposite. Now you will give your acceptance. For me, it is when you post it. For you, it is when I receive it. For me, it is when you post it. For you, it is when I receive it. Right? It's just the opposite. When is it for the proposer? When the acceptor posts the letter. When is it for the acceptor? When the letter reaches the proposer. If nothing is given as such about reading, then when he receives it. But if a specific date is given for reading, then that will be considered. But if nothing is given, we assume that whenever he has received it, he has also read it. Okay. So there was one previous year question where a separate date was given for reading. So when that separate date is given, then that is considered. But if nothing is given, the day he receives, we assume that he has read it. Okay. So in offer, what is happening? Let's say A is giving the offer to B. A is posting here, B is receiving here. So for A it is here, for B it is here. Now B is posting his acceptance here, which is received by A here. For A it is when B posts it, for B it is when A receives it. It's just the opposite. Okay? The point is no, why it is the opposite? The moment B posts his acceptance, can I say A is now bound by his offer? Yes or no? Can I say A cannot make any changes to the offer? Yes, that is why it takes place for him. Now, the moment I receive your acceptance, can we say there is a contract between you and me? Yes. Now, can you change your acceptance? No. So that is why it takes place for you. That is why it is opposite. Right? So for me, it is when you post it. For you, it is when I receive it. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Revocation. Rescission or revocation means what? To cancel. Once you have made the offer or acceptance, after that, you what? You cancel it. Once you have made your offer or acceptance, after that, you what? You cancel it. Now, when we talk about communication of rescission, tell me one thing. If I decide to cancel my offer, after I made the offer to you, I decide to cancel it. So I am like thinking, Arey yaar, let me cancel the offer. Will you get a telepathy? Ma'am is cancelling. Will you get that? No. So I have to inform you or not? Yes. So communication of rescission is as mandatory as communication of offer or acceptance. Right? Communication of rescission is as mandatory as communication of offer or acceptance. Is it clear to everyone? Here there is no inverse relation. I am revoking my offer against you. For me when I post it, for you when you receive it. You are revoking your offer against me. Sorry, your acceptance against me. For you when you post it, for me when I receive it. Simple. I post done for me, you receive done for you. Vice versa, you post done for you, I receive done for me. So, communication of revocation for the person who makes it. When he, for the person against whom it is made, when he receives it. Is it clear to everyone? Now, very important, what is time for rescission? Tell me one thing. Offer is there, alone. I am alone. I can do whatever I want. I want to be with you, I will be with you. I don't want to be with you, I will go away. But once I have decided to be with you, can I go away? No. Till the time offer is alone, it can be cancelled. But once the offer is accepted, seal, now you cannot do anything. So, till the time acceptance letter is not posted, offer can be what? Revoked. But once the acceptance letter is posted, offer cannot be revoked. Is it clear to everyone? Are you sure? Pakka. What happened? With just not even 2 hours and everyone's energy is gone for a toss. Huh? It's very hot. See, I mean, Bangalore is killing. And upar se, I think there is a power cut also, and there is no. Um, when both offer and revocation actually, you are getting confused. It should be for acceptance because if offer and revocation both reach together, anyway, the revocation of offer is done. Why will you accept it? But it happens if acceptance letter and revocation letter reach together, then what? So I'll just talk about it. Listen carefully, all of you now. I have kept the acceptance letter ready to be posted. It was on the coffee table. I'm having tea. I'm a tea lover, by the way. I mean, yahan pe to I don't even think of drinking tea. It's a torture having tea in South India. We North Indians, and especially we Marwaris, we have a very special, ilaichi wali chai. And no one can beat that. I mean, हमारे घर में अगर चाय बनती है तो next 4 houses can actually get the fragrance. You agree, ना? एकदम तो मतलब you can understand that I will never like the tea here. Here it's a majburi to have coffee. So, and I don't know, hot coffee unless it's filter and a little bitter, it makes me feel like throwing up after I've had the coffee. Is it just me who has this problem, or it's actually a genuine problem? I don't know. Only I have this problem. You have it. So okay. So I'm not alone in that. I don't know. I don't like it. So, Acha, tell me. So I'd kept it on the coffee table, having tea. Ding dong. Yes, sir, I have come with a letter for you. Revocation. What is valid? Acceptance or revocation? What is valid? Are you sure? Offer to acceptance तो अभी तक डाला ही नहीं है. What is valid? Revocation. I'm going to post it. I'll post the letter. Going. Sir. Yes. Sir, I have a letter for you. Revocation. What is valid? Are you sure? Pakka. The red letter box. Have you seen the red letter boxes? When we were kids, there were a lot of red letter boxes. Nowadays, we don't have. I mean, we don't have the system of letters only anymore these days. So you reach that red letter box. Letter is half in, half out. Okay, you're holding it. He shouts your name. You're like, what happened? What happened? That letter is still in your hand. Sir, I have a letter for you. What is valid? Are you sure? Pakka. Half in, half out. He shouts your name so loudly. Like, what happened? What happened? वो तो गया. He, sir, letter for you. What is valid? Till the time acceptance is not posted, offer can be revoked. But once the acceptance is posted, the offer cannot be revoked. Okay? Now coming to acceptance. I receive your acceptance letter. The moment I receive, there is what? Contract. Can you now cancel it? No. So, till the time acceptance is not received, acceptance can be what? Revoked. But once I have received the acceptance letter, acceptance cannot be revoked. Is it clear to everyone? Are you sure? Pakka. Yes. So, if both are received together, actually, if both are received together, the justified answer would be whichever he reads first. Because everything is about communication and knowledge. Whichever he reads first comes to his knowledge first. So that should be valid. But ICI has very clearly mentioned one point, and that point is that if both the letters are received together, the revocation is absolute. Undeniably, the revocation is valid. Right? So, if both the letters are received together, the revocation is absolute. I hope it's clear. You want me to show this with dates or is it clear? Huh? Everyone, it's clear, all of you? Okay. With this, we are done with this unit. Before I go to the next unit, I'll give you 2 minutes. If you have 5 minutes, if you have any doubts, you can ask me and then I'll go to the next unit. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Any doubt you have? मैंने बोला doubt देख लो सब कोई टिक 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 हाँ any doubt you have? No. On huh? You want that? Okay. Uh, now yesterday only I added, but now again I forgot. Okay, I will just give you an example with dates. I want everyone's attention here. A posted a letter of offer on what date should I take? What is 17th? Chalo, theek hai. 17th of May. Listen, I want everyone's attention here now. Which was received by B on 20th of May. B posts his acceptance on 23rd May, which reaches A on 27th May. Okay. My first question is communication of offer. Second is communication of offer for A. Third is communication of offer for B. Fourth is communication of acceptance. Fifth is communication of acceptance as against A. Sixth, communication of acceptance as against B. 7, till what time offer can be revoked? Till what time acceptance can be revoked? Okay? Chalo, the first answer. How many of you have the answer as 17? 17. How many of you have the answer as 20? 20. Anyone having answer as 23rd or 27th? No. This question is just communication of offer. And when I say communication of offer, happens when it comes to the knowledge of the person to whom it is made. Here it is made to whom? B. When does it come to B's knowledge? When is it? 28. The next answer, how many of you have the answer as 17th? How many of you have the answer as 20th? Okay. Communication of offer. It's direct. For A, when he posts it. For B, when he receives it. So when is it for A? When is it for B? Chalo, the fourth answer. How many of you have got the answer as 23rd? 23rd. How many of you have got the answer as 27th? Why is it 27th? Communication of acceptance takes place when it comes to the knowledge of the person to whom it is made. Here it is made to whom? A. When does it come to A's knowledge? So when is it? 27th. Tell me the next one. How many of you have got the answer as 23rd? B posts is on 23rd, which A receives on 27th. How many of you have got the answer as 23rd? Okay, how many of you have got the answer as 27th? Okay, please answer, because when you know it's right or wrong, then you have a reason to understand why it is right or wrong. I mean, why it is right to समझने का जरूरत ही नहीं है. Why it is wrong. How many of you have got the answer as 23rd? How many of you as 27th? Okay. You remember what did I tell you? The relation of acceptance is opposite. For A, when B posts it. For B, when A receives it. When is it for A? When B posts it, which is on. When is it for B? When A receives it. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Till what time can offer be revoked? Huh? Before? How many of you say before 27? How many of you say before 23rd? Okay. What was the time for revocation of offer? Before the acceptance letter is posted. Here, when is the acceptance letter posted? 23rd. So when is it? 23rd, before the acceptance letter is posted. What is the next answer? Huh? Can we say before 27th, before acceptance letter is what? This is not AI. Okay. Is it clear? Do you want me to give the revocation part communication, or this is more than enough? Yes? Is it clear? Anyone has a doubt? Those who got wrong answers, anyone has a doubt? Are you sure? No doubts. Pakka. Shall we'll do a quiz? It's a competition, so basically the winner will be the winner. ठीक है I it's like fastest finger first. I would have got a background music also. वो क्या था? कौन बनेगा करोड़पति? ना ना ना. बस imagine that. Imagine that. ठीक है? And yes, you can. Yeah, 7 crore का question. You can actually take out your phone for a change. Ma'am, once I start the internet only, so many messages will pop up. So you have to go to menti.com. You must be knowing. Yes. Go to menti.com. And this is the code for the quiz. Can you see the code? 3864918. Oh, wait. अरे गड़बड़ हो गया. Wait. It started. 1 minute. It started. Can you see the code? 3864918. 3864918. Oh, there are. Oh, wow. Chalo, done. I'll start. Everyone logged in. Yes. Done. Girls, done. I think now everyone done. Yes. Start करूं? चलो. ये मजाक है. Where did this 7, 11 and 4 people come from? I just taught this topic. I just, what is this? This is some joke. Can I start? Yes. दिखावे पे मत जाओ, अपनी अकल लगाओ. Wow. Seriously. So, how many of you are giving wrong answers just for the fun of it? But if it's right answers, let's be different. This is not done. Some of you, I think, just for the fun of it, you're giving me wrong answers. How many of you got the right answer? Who gave option D as answer? I want to know who are the three people who gave option D as the answer? It is simply an acceptance irrespective of its type. Like seriously. How is it wrong answer? Huh? You did not what? It was too long. Acha, the time was not sufficient. Okay, I'll keep this in mind. Which was the question number? Communication. Now, this question, what they are asking, which of the following is incorrect? Communication of rescission must be communicated just as offer is communicated. That is, communication of offer is mandatory. Similarly, communication of rescission is mandatory. Same is for point B. What is incorrect? Communication is it is not optional. Don't what the and what the. Okay. I don't even know what to ask in this. I mean, you want me to explain this? Voidable? Who is that void? I want to see who is this voidable. Illegal. मतलब seriously. कहाँ से आए हो भाई? कहाँ से? Like someone like हमें जीतना तो है ही नहीं, so better है wrong answers ही दे. Yeah? What is this? This is like what you say that matches which are prefixed. Yeah, something like that has happened. Who is Ayan? Nice. I'll give it later. Right now, I'm not carrying anything, but yes. Now, how do I take the score of all the others? Wait. Who is the second one? Who is Nandan? Okay. Akhila? Okay, good. What is the next one? Fourth one? ठीक है. Any doubt after this? So I am doubting what I have done in the past 1.5 hours. Chalo, before we move forward, any doubt you have in this? Otherwise, we'll move to the next unit. Sure? Huh? Books अंदर रख दो. I'll just be back. Do you also have nature's call to attend? No. Can we start? Yes. So, you want break so early? If I give you a break so early, 5 minutes break for what? What have you done so far? Huh? अच्छा ठीक है चलो 2 minutes. Well, I think 5 minutes are over. Huh? How have you been? Why? You go during the break. During the break. Chalo, I think ho gaya 5 minutes. Chalo, come back, come back. This is a very small topic. We'll finish it off quickly. Consideration. What is the consideration? Technically known as quid pro quo. What is quid pro quo? Something. It's not anything or everything in return. It is what? Something in return. When I give you something, I should get something in return. And what I get in return is what? Consideration. To put it in simple terms, there should be a give and take. Now, if I look at the definition of consideration, when at the desire of the promiser, the promisee, or any other person had done or abstained from doing, does or abstains from doing, or will do, then each act or abstinence form consideration for each other. What? What is abstinence? Not doing something. What is abstinence? Not doing something. So if I look at this definition, I get a lot of essentials of consideration. First, consideration must move at the desire of the promiser. That is the person for whom the work is done. His desire should be there that the work be done for him. Right? His desire should be there that the work be done for him. However, consideration may move from the promisee or any other person. That is, even if a third party provides consideration, it's valid. The whole point is consideration should be present. It is irrelevant who gives the consideration. Now, in this, one thing to be understood here is, let's say A makes an offer to B to sell his phone to B, and B agrees to pay the price. Tell me who is the promiser and who is the promisee? Who is the promiser and who is the promisee? A is the he is the promisee. We know the person who makes the offer is the promiser, and the person to whom the offer is made is the promisee. But from consideration point of view, we both are promiser promisee. When I see from A's point of view, who is the promiser? A. Who is the promisee? B. From B's point of view, who is the promiser? B. Who is the promisee? A. Let's say from A's point, who is the promiser? From A's point, who is the promiser? A. Who is the promisee? B. Tell me one thing. First rule says consideration must move at the desire of the promiser. That means A's desire should be there. Instead of B, if his mom paid, is it valid? The whole point is I should get consideration. It's irrelevant who gives me the consideration. Now let's talk from B's point. From B's point, who is the promiser and who is the promisee? B is the promiser. So can we say the first rule says desire of the promiser? So B's desire should be there. If instead of A, his brother delivers you the phone, is it valid? मुझे क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Phone मिलना चाहिए. You give, your mom give, your dad give, brother give. How does it make a difference here? So consideration must move at the desire of the promiser, but consideration may move from the promisee or any other person. So that means, can I say there can be a stranger to consideration? Yes, but not to a contract. That means X and Y have made a contract. Can Z sue the contract? No. Who are you? Who are you? X will sue Y, Y will sue X. Can Z sue? No. Who are you? But can Z give consideration? Yes. The point is, I should get consideration. It is irrelevant who gives it. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Next, say consideration may be executed or executory. What is executed? English word. Done. When we say executed, it means what? An act already done. Right? What is it? An act already done. What is executory? Yet to be performed. There is a contract and it is yet to be performed, or there is no contract only. There is a contract, but it is yet to be performed. So an act yet to be done. An act yet to be done. Is it clear? The next one, consideration may be passed. So you have paid the fees. Yasha's is still to complete the class. Your act is executed. Yasha's act is executed. Consideration may be past, present, or future. Present is something which is going on. Cash sales. Future is something which will be done. Credit sales. Past is what? Previous request and subsequent promise. When I ask you to do the work, I don't promise any consideration. You do it because ma'am has asked, and I ask you because you're my student, without any hope of consideration. But after the work is done, I promise to pay you. This is what? Past consideration. Previous request and subsequent promise. Now, the concept of consideration is give and take. But there is no concept which says that give and take should be equal. So there is no, it should be reasonable, but there is no concept of equality. So if let's say today I can buy a particular phone in the market for 1 lakh, but someone sells me that phone for 90,000, can we say, Arey, no, it's not valid? No, it's absolutely valid. Consideration must be present. However, it need not be adequate. See, a person may have a legal obligation to do something. When a person is already under a legal obligation to do something, you don't have to pay him money to make him do that. When he is already under a legal, I say, okay, fine, you are in my class at Lashes. I say, okay, fine. You want revision? I will give you. I will give you free of cost revision for Indian Contract Act, for Sale of Goods Act, for partnership. But I know now, you know that 5 marks is so important. You want to revise LLB, pay me money for that. Is it valid? No, that is what? Not valid. Why? Because it is my obligation. Being a teacher at Yashas to complete all the 5 chapters. Is it clear to everyone? Yeah. So consideration must be something which a promiser is not already bound to. If a person is already receiving a legal fee, and for that same work he claims something extra, that extra is what? Void. Now please understand. When I say that extra is void, means what? I tell you, okay, after the class, Google Pay. LLP, I'm teaching you. No one Google Pays. Can I go and sue you? No. But don't worry, I'm a law teacher. I'm not going to do such a foolish act. Okay. I asked everyone to Google Pay. Every money I got, hey, LLP, leave 5 marks. Chill, don't have to study. Now can you claim it back from me? No. It is what? Void. That is, we cannot sue each other to recover the money. Is it clear to everyone? Are you sure? Can we go to the next one? Yes? Privity of contract. What it says is X and Y have made a contract. Can Z sue this contract? X and Y have made a contract. Can Z sue this contract? No. This is privity of contract. Only the parties to the contract can sue and be sued. Third party cannot sue. लेकिन लॉ में क्या होता है? लोचा. अभी first they will give you first they will say you cannot sue, and then they will give you a list of all the cases where a third party can sue. If a contract is made between two persons, where a trust is created in your favor, okay? If a contract is made between two persons and a trust is created in your favor, are you a party to the contract? A contract is made between two persons. Did I say between you and someone? No, between two persons. But you are named as a what? Beneficiary of this trust. Are you a part of the contract? No. But if you don't get your benefits, can you sue the contract? Are you sure? Yes. The father, along with his lawyer, created a trust in favor of his son. Who is the contract between? Father and lawyer. Lawyer is appointed as a trustee. Father along with his lawyer. But who is the beneficiary of this contract? Son. If the son does not get his benefits, can the son enforce this contract? Yes. The son can enforce the contract. The next one, in case of family or marriage settlement. In case of what? Family or marriage settlement. If any settlement is made in any family, as in let's say separation or property, separation of property, whatever, or there is any marriage settlement agreement where a person is named as a beneficiary. That means the contract is made between two persons, but a third party is named as a beneficiary. If the third party does not get the benefits, can the third party sue the contract? Let's say two brothers, Karan and Arjun, they got married to their respective spouses. Your people, your mind is corrupted, always goes on the wrong direction. So they both are married to their respective spouses. After some time, they realize happily married is just an oxymoron. You are either happy or married. That both does not go hand in hand. So they both were like brothers. Brother, it's good. It's better we divide the property. Otherwise, today at least we are talking to each other. Tomorrow the situation will come, we will not even talk to each other. So let's divide the property. But then they agreed that every month they will give some money to their mother. Who is the contract between? Both the brothers, Karan and Arjun. But who is the beneficiary? If she does not get the benefits, can she enforce this contract? Yes, she can enforce the contract. The third one, assignment. What basically does the word assignment mean? Now, college students के लिए assignment का मतलब ही एक ही होता है, homework. This is not homework. In law, assignment is what? Transfer of rights. Right? When I am supposed to receive rights under a contract and I delegate these rights to someone else. So let's say A has to pay B. A has to pay B 10,000. Can I say A has a liability to pay? Yes. And can we say B has a right to receive? Yes. Says to B says to A, don't pay it to me, pay it to C. Okay? Can we say B has transferred his rights to C? Yes. Yes. Now, if C does not get the money, can C enforce the contract? Yes. Even though C is not a party to the contract, C can still refuse. Is it clear? Yes. Estoppel or acknowledgement of liability. This word is every chapter. What is estoppel? Stop from deny. Right? You go and tell everyone, I'm a CA, I'm a CA, I'm a CA, I'm a CA. One day, someone comes and says, please give me a signature. Oh, you want my autograph? No, I don't want your autograph. I want CA signature. You are a CA. Who said I'm a CA? You were telling no other day. Arey, no. What I meant was, once I clear my foundation, I will come to inter. I will clear my inter. I will do articleship. Then I will clear my articleship. I will give final. And when I will clear, then I will become a CA. So when without getting, all those Instagram profiles have CA, right? You're not a CA, you're still a foundation student, but now kya hai CA? Can you actually do that? No. No. And once you make that statement, I'm a CA, can you later go and refuse it? No. You are liable for the consequences. So what does the word estoppel mean? Stopped from denial. When by your words or actions you make the other person believe something, you cannot deny it. Now tell me, let's say S sold goods to B, but the goods are with S's agent A. I told you I'll not explain any example in any of the topics, but this topic is basically totally example oriented. That's the reason I actually decided to discuss examples here. So S sold his goods to B, and but the goods are with his agent A. That means the goods are not with S, they are with his agent A. He was like, I will collect the goods from A and then give it to B. But then he was like, I will first collect the goods from A, then give it to B. Rather, let me ask A only to give the goods to B. Can he do that? Can he do that? Yes. So S asks A to deliver. Now tell me, is there any contract between A and B? No. No. If B does not get the goods, can B sue A? Yes. No. On what grounds? He cannot. There are two contracts, S and B, S and A. B can sue S. B cannot sue A. But what A did was, A called up B and confirmed delivery. Matlab, he told B that the goods are what? With me, I will deliver the goods to you. Now, if B does not get the goods, can B sue A? Yes. Why? Because he acknowledged his liability. So even though there is no contract between B and A, the contract was that S will deliver the goods to S. S asked A to deliver the goods. It was between S and A. But still B can enforce this what? Contract. And the last one, in case of covenants, what is covenants? Agreements. What does the word covenants mean? Agreements. There was the Sohan Lal and Mohan Lal case, if you remember. Yes? Sohan Lal had a 10-acre of land and he sold this to who? Mohan Lal. But he mentioned one condition. You can use 9 acre of land, but any part of 1 acre was to be, yes, left for his son, Chote Lal. So many people ask me, why did he even sell 10 crore? He could have sold 9 crores only. Well, that only he knows, I don't know. And he was dead, so we will have to go there to ask him why he did it. I don't have an answer. So don't ask me. Anyway, now S was dead and Mohanlal started using the whole land. The contract was between whom? Sohanlal and Mohanlal. But the contract stated that 1 acre was to be left for Chote Lal. If he does not get the land, can he go and sue? Yes. Even though originally the contract is not between him and the buyer, but still he has the right to enforce the contract. Is it clear to everyone? Are you sure? Pakka. Yes, can we move forward? Can I say the general rule is a contract without consideration is void? Yes or no? Can I say the general rule is a contract without consideration is what? Void. A contract without consideration is void. When we say a contract without consideration is void, this is a what? General rule. लेकिन law में क्या होता है? Illusion. So there are cases where without consideration also contract is what? Valid. First, if it is out of love and affection. So your dad says, my dear son, you clear your foundation, I will send you for a trip with your friends. It's just a dream, unless it is written and registered. He will not. He will say, no, next level clear karo, then I will give. All those would-be husbands will give dialogues to the wives. You all remember, Meri Jane, Bahar Jane, Jigar Jane, Tamanna, I will gift you a diamond necklace. Oh, you love me so much, don't be misguided. Bola, ruk jao, bhaiya, wait. Right? Because that happens always, it's okay. Not in the literal sense. Okay? When out of love and affection, parties make a contract and they get that contract what? Written and registered. It's a valid contract. But all the points have to be fulfilled. It has to be out of love and affection. Parties stand in a real relationship and get it written and registered. So there was a case here. The name of the case was Rajlakhi versus Bhutanath. And what happened in this case was, referring to quarrels between Hindu husband and the wife, the husband gave in writing to his wife that he would pay her maintenance expenses and got it registered if they lived separately. She did not get the expenses, so she filed a case under this clause of Indian Contract Act. The court dismissed the case saying that even though it was written and registered, there was no what? Love and affection. And unless love and affection is present, it is not valid. So moving on to the next one, compensation for past voluntary service. What is compensation for past? You have done the services voluntarily. The services have already been rendered and the promiser promises to pay you. Right? The services were rendered voluntarily. The services were already rendered. So, and the promiser promises to compensate you. So, you save a person from drowning, he promises to pay you money. You save a person's child, he was lost, you take him home, he promises to pay you. This is what? Compensation for compensation. But if the person who was drowning, he said, thank you, Mia, for saving me, Mia. And can you do anything? Can you tell him, hey, paisa nikal, I saved you? Can you do that? No. No. The contract is only enforceable when he promises to what? Pay you. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. What is the difference between this and past consideration? Bolo. What is the difference between this and past consideration? Already I have received from my huh? Who said that voluntary? Exactly. What is it? Please, can you tell us? Voluntary means you have to do it out of love or respect. In past consideration, I asked you to do the work for me and later I promised to pay you. Whereas here, you have rendered the services what? Voluntarily. And then I promised to pay you. Time barred debt. What is time barred debt? Lapse of time, remember? So basically, time barred debt is a debt which is irrecoverable by law. That means now you cannot take actions to recover this money. I'm not going into that details of time barred debt because that's not exactly relevant for the question here or exam purpose. But if a debt becomes time barred and the debtor or his agent, okay, authorized by him, if they give a written promise that they will pay a what? Time barred debt. It becomes what? A valid contract. Is it clear? What is agency? When someone acts on behalf of another. Right? When someone acts on behalf of another. If you remember, I told you, your mom waking you up early in the morning just to buy a packet of milk. मतलब the घर का राजा इतना सा ही इज्जत रह गया उसका, right? So anyway, your mom wakes you up. So when you go and buy something for your mom, whatever balance is left is in your pocket. So you are acting as an agent for your mom and the balance goes in your pocket. But if you are acting as an agent for your dad, nothing goes in your pocket. Even if 1 rupee, it goes into his pocket only. Right? So you are acting as an agent for both of them. But for acting as an agent for your mom, you get money. But for your dad, you don't get money. Still, agency is valid or not? Yes. Obviously, I'm not saying should not pay consideration to the agent. But even if I don't pay consideration to the agent, it is what? It is valid. So, consideration is not required for creation of agency. Oh, I'm so sorry. It will be huge. Completed gifts. If someone promises to gift you, not enforceable. But if the gift is given, it's a valid contract. Charities and donations. बोलने में क्या जाता था? 1 lakh to this fund, 2 lakh to that fund, 4 lakh to that fund. No fund got any money from you. Can they sue you to recover the money? No. No. But if on the basis of your promise, the other person has incurred any liability, then it is what? It is what? Fine. Is it clear, all of you? The last one, bailment. In case of a contract of bailment, what is contract of bailment? You go to the library, you lend a book. That's bailment. You missed today's notes, but he has written all the notes. So you ask him to lend his notebook to you. This is what? Bailment. When I go to the library, most of the library will charge me money. Will you charge money from them for giving your notes? Will you? No, he's thinking about it. What's your name? Huh? You should charge. But he will not charge. So is this bailment valid or not? Yes. It's valid or not? Yes. You took his note, copied it. Array, consideration is not given. He cannot sue me. Chalo, you take one paper. What can you do that? No, you still have an obligation to return his book. That means what? Bailment may consideration may or may not be present. Is it clear to everyone? Are you sure? Pakka? Okay, I wanted to discuss one question here. The problem is I don't have anything here in this material partnership. Just give me a minute. Huh? Okay, I'm going to show you a question. I want you to tell me which provision will you write for this, okay? And why? Because here there are two or three provisions which look very similar. So you will tell me which one will you write in this and why. Yeah, this one. In fact, in this RTP, this terms RTP also this question was there. I think in your class I made you write also this answer. Okay, tell me what provisions will you write for this? How many of you will write natural love and affection? Okay. Have you finished reading the question? You know, the trick to writing any answer is reading the. If you are able to identify the key word in the question, you will never get the answer wrong. How many of you think it is natural love and affection? Okay. How many of you think it is completed gifts? It is completed gifts. Anyone thinking anything else also? Beneficiary. Okay. Huh? What you are saying? I am not asking you that. She can or cannot is a very second thing. What provision is relevant for this case? That is what I'm asking. How many of you are saying it is completed gifts? Completed gifts. How many of you are saying it is natural love and affection? Okay. How many of you are saying it's a trust or beneficiary? Okay. How many of you? I don't know. Huh? Okay. Listen. First of all, it is not trust or beneficiary. Here, did Mr. Ramlal, just because lawyer is used and I gave example of lawyer, did Mr. Ramlal Birla give the property to his lawyer to take care of his minor kids? No. So that what trust happens when I give my property to someone to take care of it on behalf of my kids. Then only it happens. So it is not trust or beneficiary. Now, whether it is natural love and affection or it is completed gifts. In completed gifts, the point says a promise to give is not enforceable. But if the gift is given, it's a valid contract. Did Ramlal Birla promise the house to the daughter? Did Ramlal Birla promise the house to the daughter? No. He decided it, but he never promised it. For gift, it has to be a what? Promise. Had he told his daughter, my dear daughter, I promise to give this building to you, then it would have been what? Gift. So just because the word gift is used, it is not gift. What is it? Natural love and affection. Is it clear? You need to identify. Otherwise, your answer would be what? It would be wrong. Is it clear to everyone? We are done with the chapter consideration. Before we move to the next part, do you have any doubts in this chapter? Huh? Do you have any doubts in any of the topics? Ouch. She cannot claim the building. Okay, so the question, tell me, can the daughter claim the house? No, why? Because it is not registered. Okay? So, but the question is what? Natural love and affection. So you have to write those points. Yes. 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 Huh? It is not completed gifts because he never promised to gift her, no? For gift, there has to be a promise that I will gift you. Chalo, any doubt you have? Anyone has any doubt? No doubts. We can go to the next part. Yes, sure. Pakka. So before I go to the next topic, let's do a small quiz again on this unit. चलो जल्दी से निकालो मोबाइल. Why you want a break? मतलब क्या ऐसे घंटे बजता है क्या? I don't give time to time break. हाँ हाँ वो मिलेगा. Even I want to have coffee. थोड़ा देर रुक जाओ. This time who will win? You will win. Chalo. Good. Can you see the code? You will say exam में we don't get MCQ. So what is the point of doing MCQs? MCQs get your concepts more. They make your concepts more strong actually. Everyone got the code? 5276 5613. Wait. Everyone already there? In it? Yes. Yes. Can we? Can we move forward? Yes. Chalo. All the best. Who is going to win? He said he's going to win. Who else is going to win? Win. अरे भाई कौन win करेगा? You, it doesn't mean that you cannot say I'll be the winner. Huh? Oh, I heard that looking at their performance, that's the least one to actually expect. Acha, they are okay. They should actually give us an option to see who has given the wrong answer also. Because I'm expecting a lot of here and I actually want to give them a good thrashing. Yeah. Invalid consideration. I mean, who are those four great genius people in my class? What is wrong? Want me to explain this? An act of mutual exchange of promises, that is executory consideration. An act done in the expectation of a proposal, that is not a consideration. Right? I have not even received a proposal. There is no contract. Whereas executed consideration is a contract was made and the act was done. An act done in response to a positive promise. Yes, there was a promise made, and on that basis, I have performed. So, this is what? Executed consideration. Be careful while answering. Don't be in too much of a hurry to click that you click the wrong answer. What happened? Oh. Kill, seriously. If ice could kill, the person would have been. This was this was no one voted for nothing in return. I was ready to kill. I was ready to kill. Who is this two? Everything in return. Who is this two? I want to see who are those great people in the class. CA Foundation, they will get 800 out of 400. Seriously. Read it quickly, otherwise you won't be able to answer it. Why so many wrong answers? We'll discuss this, please, once. Listen carefully. Arey, wait. A promise to pay 5,000 to B who saved him from dying. This is compensation for past voluntary service. An uncle promises to gift his nephew a sum of 5,000. A promise to give is not enforceable. Just a promise to gift is not. Once the gift was given, then it would have been valid. But here it's just a promise. A promises to donate 5,000. Donation is not enforceable by law unless a liability has been incurred. A promises to pay 5,000 as additional fees to his advocate for winning. Since when do I pay additional money for, or since when do I hire an advocate not to win my case? When a consideration must be something which a promisor is not already bound to do. Right? Can we move to the next one? Just because all of these is given doesn't mean it is all of these. दिखावे पे जाओ मत जाओ अपनी अकल लगाओ. Which of the following is an exception to the rule? The first one, compensation for past voluntary service. Just a second. Compensation for past voluntary service. It is involuntary service here. And the locha is what? Compensation for past voluntary service. Agency is a locha, yes. And oral promise. Oral promise to pay a time bar debt is not valid. The promise has to be in writing. So only agency. Uh-huh. Can you see it? Only the parties to the contract can sue and be sued. What is that? तुम अब कुछ भी टिक कर रहे हो हाँ? ऐसे रैंडम. मतलब लाइफ बोरिंग हो रही है. रॉन्ग आंसर्स देके लेट्स मेक इट फन. हाँ. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I'm so sorry. I don't know how it happened. Finished. How many of you answered? Ayo. That means what? Who two answered? Okay. And did you give the right answer? Oh, two people gave right only. No, two gave wrong also. And seven. Consideration may move from the promisee or any other person. Read the question. इस कौन बोला है? Must move at the desire of the promisor is true. May move from the promisee or any other person is true. Must be illusionary. Illusionary means what? Not real. Consideration has to be real. It cannot be illusionary. And must be of some value. Answer properly. Just because answer करना fast, कुछ भी मत करो. Huh? Already voted? I did not do anything. It is here. I did not do anything. I did not do anything. I did not even touch the screen. What happened? I don't know. Huh? No, 15 seconds were there. I don't even know what happened. And those who have given wishes, promise, the legal terminology they have asked, and the legal terminology is consideration. Everyone is there. Can I go to the next question? Repeat तो नहीं होगा. How? The services must have been rendered voluntarily. Is this a condition? Yes. The services must have been rendered for the promiser. Yes. The promiser intended to compensate. Yes. All of these. और ऐसे मेरे पे मैम करते जैसे मैंने गलत बोला है. Who is Monica? Good. क्लैप कर दो उनके लिए भी और इनके लिए भी. चलो tell me now what should we do? अरे let's start with the third unit a little bit. थोड़ा सा. हाँ. अच्छा चलो let's do a voting. How many of you say let's start with the next unit? Who will be my secretary? Come and count. Come, count. Come, count. Yes, how many? You cannot vote twice, only one. When voting is done by show of hands, only one vote is taken. Arey, count properly. Come here, stand and count. The person counting can also cast his vote. You cannot demand the chairman's verdict is the final and no one can question it under section 107. How many of you say let's take a break? ये cheating है. ये cheating है. Hey, one vote only. What hands? चलो, ठीक है, it's okay. I'll see you in 15 minutes. No? 30 minutes? Chalo, I'll see you in 30 minutes. Did you all eat? Huh? So, how many of you are going to now phones inside, please? How many of you are going to go back home today and complete Indian Contract Act? Okay, that's good. You don't want to do it? So why don't you raise hands? And the too much of exercise for you. You never raise hands for anything. You will do. How many of you do you want to write a few answers at home? Huh? So remind me before I end. If in hurry I end up the class, before that, I'll just give you a few questions. Take a screenshot, practice writing them. So at least you'll get a hang of it. Okay? Should we move to the next one? Yes? Chalo. This unit is a little deadly. Right. This unit is a little deadly. Ah, okay. How many of you hate this unit? I love Indian Contract Act, but I hate this unit. Why? It's very easy. It's too much. Okay. So, okay, I'm on trial speed. Let's start with the next unit. This unit is about capacity to contract. Thank you so much, Madhuvya. This unit is about capacity to contract. This is the reason I hate breaks. After breaks, you come back with so much of vigor and energy that everyone has to talk. Right? So, capacity to contract. When the next essential, in fact, all the other essentials that we have, please, under the Indian Contract Act, we will be covering up in this unit now. What is this first one? Capacity to contract. Can you tell me who is capable of contracting? Person of his mind? Major, not disqualified by law. So who is not capable of contracting? Minor, unsound mind, and disqualified by law. So let's start. And if they make a contract, what happens? The contract is what? Void or voidable? It's void. It's not voidable. Now tell me, who is disqualified by law? Alien enemy, insolvent. See, one thing I just forgot, I thought also. Offer an invitation to offer. I forgot to talk about that. Please, can I just go back once to offer an invitation to offer? Yes? Generally, what happens is in offer, I give you an offer, you accept it. It makes what? Contract. Generally, what happens is I give you an offer and you accept it, a contract is made. But invitation to offer is one step before the offer. Invitation to offer is one step before the offer. Here, I don't make the offer to you, but I invite you to make the offer to me. You make the offer, and if I accept, then there is a contract. So basically, if you have to identify whether it is an offer or an invitation to offer, just try to analyze, does your reply make a contract? When I say I want to sell this projector to you, if you are willing to purchase it at 10,000, and you are given to identify whether it is an offer or invitation to offer, what would you say? It's offer or invitation to offer? Huh? If you reply, ma'am, I'm willing to purchase, does it make a contract? Yes, so it is what? Offer. But if I say, I want to auction this projector. Now, if you say, I purchase at 10,000, is it a contract? No. No. So it is what? So when I talk about an offer, the moment I make an offer and you accept it, there is a contract. But in invitation to offer, it is one step before the offer. So whether to identify it is offer or invitation to offer. If your reply makes a contract, it was an offer. But if your reply does not make a contract, it is what? Invitation to offer. Can we just have a few examples of invitation to offer? Issue of prospectus, then auction sale, then price tags. What else? Huh? Display of goods, that is self-service shops, display of goods. What else? Newspaper advertisements. But one newspaper ad is an offer and not an invitation to offer. Which one? When there is a prize money. Prices reduced. Men's shirt 2,000 to 1,000. Okay, lost dog. Anyone who finds will get a reward of 1,000. Which one is offer and which one is not? Lost dog is an offer or an invitation to offer? 2,000 to 1,000? Are you sure? That means discount sales. These are all what? These are all invitation to offer. Okay? Chalo, can I move forward? Now, who is disqualified by law? Insolvent. Acha, tell me, A is undergoing a trial for murder. Can he make a contract? Yes. Because it's not criminals, it's convicted criminals. And unless you're proven guilty, you're not guilty. So, insolvents, alien enemies, convicted criminals, foreign sovereigns or ambassadors, company against its MOA. What is this against its MOA? Ultra wires. You all remember Ashbury Railway Company versus Ritchie, right? So if any contract is against the MOA, it is what? It is ultra wires. What is unsound mind? General idea is if a person is lunatic, he's unsound. But not just lunatic. If due to illness you are not in a complete conscious state of mind, or if under the influence of drugs or alcohol you are not in a complete state of mind, that is also considered as what? Unsound mind. If a person has both periods of soundness and unsoundness, what will happen? Periods of soundness is valid, unsoundness is void. Okay? Can we move forward to the next one? Yes. Minor's agreement. First of all, an agreement with a minor is what? Void. Our institute has quite a love for this topic. Every term from one of the rules, question will be asked. Right? Every term from one of the rules, one or more of the questions will be asked. So, first rule. Obviously, as I'm telling you, I cannot explain everything in details, but if any doubt you have, any point you have any doubt, you please ask me, I'll explain that point. An agreement with a minor is what? Void. But a minor can be a beneficiary. If I sum up these 2 points, if the minor has to give something and he does not give, we cannot sue the minor. But if the minor has to get something and he does not get it, the minor can sue us. Okay? I repeat again, a minor's agreement is void, but a minor can be a beneficiary. What it means is, if the minor has to give something and the minor does not give, we cannot sue the minor. But if the minor has to get something and he does not get it, minor can sue the other person. The second rule, minor can always plead minority. If a minor fraudulently makes a contract, let's say minor says I am a major and enters into a contract, and later the contract is cancelled. Then can he go to the court and say, please, I am a minor? Yes. Plead means present his case, right? So if a minor represents himself to be a major and enters into a contract, and then if the contract is cancelled, then he can prove the fact that he is a minor. And if he proves the fact that he is a minor, what will happen to the contract? The contract is discharged. Why? Why is the contract discharged? Because a contract with a minor is void. But if the intention of the minor was to cheat, then even if he proves his minority, he will have to compensate. Even if he proves his minority, he will have to compensate. The point is that the act is saying we are giving you a right to prove your minority, but it is not given so that you will cheat. If the intention is to cheat, then even if you prove your minority, you will have to compensate. Now, on this grounds, he can always plead minority. So minor says I am a major and makes a contract with, let's say, L. Later, can he say I am not a major, I am a minor? Yes or no? That means he can deny what he says. He can go back on what he says. On that grounds, we can say that the rule of estoppel does not. Estoppel says you cannot deny, but a minor can deny. So the rule of estoppel does not apply on a minor. Is it clear to all of you? Yes? Then, can a minor's act be ratified? What is ratification, by the way? Huh? Correcting. Okay. Actually, the legal terminology of ratification is accepting with a retrospective effect. Accepting with a retrospective effect means what? When he is a minor, he made a contract. When he is a major, he ratifies it. Ratify means what? To make it valid. But the effect of ratification is not from here, it is from this day. That means it becomes valid not from the day he is a major, but from the day he was a minor. And because of that, his act cannot be ratified. Right? Why his act cannot be ratified? Ratification means what? It is, let's say, the act was done on 1st of January. And on this day, he was what? Minor. The act was, he attains majority here, and on 10th of October, he ratifies the act. So when did he ratify the act? On 10th of October. But the effect of ratification happens not from 10. It is from 1st. It becomes valid from 1st. But on this day, he was what? Minor. So how can he ratify? Second thing, a minor's act is what? Void. So when something is void ab initio, how can you ratify it? So a minor can enter into fresh contracts, but a minor cannot ratify the old contract. Right? A minor can enter into fresh contracts, but a minor cannot ratify his old contracts. Right? Huh? Minor's act cannot be ratified. You gave the loan, no? To a minor. Can we move forward? Yes. Every time that you feel like I am tired, I don't feel like sitting, but it's majburi. Remember, you are creating a future for yourself. And majburi hai to pass in this June. Varna, who will write negotiable instrument ka questions in the exam? Right? So we have to do it. When people keep entering the classroom just like this, no, I feel like movie theater चल रहा है. जब जिसका मन किया आया गया. Were you there before the break? Why? What about you guys? Now what about you? Colin, you were there. What were you doing? 8 minutes. Huh? Acha, chalo, anyway, moving on to the next one. Tell me, can a guardian of a minor enter into a contract on behalf of the minor? Are enter to kar lega. The question is, what is the validity? If it is beneficial for the minor, it is valid. If it is not, so what is beneficial we cannot define, depends on situation. If the minor is appointed by the court and he enters into a contract with the sanction of the court, then can we say those contracts are valid? Yes. Court ka sanction hai, obviously every contract is valid. Then can a minor, now if I supply necessaries to a minor, I'll just mark these points later because I don't remember the sequence it is given. I'll just say whatever I will recall. Okay? When a minor is supplied with necessaries, what is necessaries? Now, basic needs includes roti, food, right? But if he says one day I want to have Pizza Hut, one day Domino's, one day KFC, one day five star, is this necessaries? No. Necessaries means what? Bare necessities of life. So, roti, kapra, or makan, education, health, right? Medical, these are all what? Necessaries. Now, tell me, if a person supplies necessaries to a minor, is it that the minor should grow up, earn, and then repay? No. No. If the minor has property, you will get the money back from your property. But if the minor has no property, the supplier will not get anything. Is it clear? So it's not that you will grow up, earn, and then repay. If you have watched that movie, E Bandana Bagban, right? I guess every parent has made their child sit through that movie and literally curse, see, this is what you will do with us also. How many of you have actually suffered that? Like, made you watch it and they told you what? मेरे साथ भी तुम यही करोगे, huh? Okay. So anyway, here, this guy, he bought him from the orphanage. He was sitting outside the orphanage, sorry. So he had no money. So is it that after he is educated, he grows up, earns, and then he will pay back? No. If the minor has property, we will get the money from the property of the minor. If the minor has no property, we will not get back anything. Then tell me, can a minor be an agent and a principal? Yes. Agent, yes. Principal, no. Agent, when you go and buy milk for your mom, who is liable to pay for that milk? You or your mom? Mom. So you can be an agent, but you can, because you can hold others liable. But for the act of the agent, the principal is liable. Now, if the minor is the principal, how can the minor be liable? So he can be an agent, but not the principal. If he is still the principal, if the minor is still the principal, who will be liable? The agent is liable. Is it clear to everyone? Yes? Sashank, right? Is everything fine with you? Are you sure? So the next one is, can a minor be declared insolvent? अरे जिसका कोई liability नहीं होता, how can he be insolvent? Insolvency happens when your assets are less than your liability. A minor is never liable. So how can there be less than liability? Acha, tell me, is a minor liable for tort? Tort means a civil wrong. Okay? As opposed to criminal wrong. Is a minor liable for tort? Huh? See, if his intention is to cheat, he will have to what? Compensate. Can we say cheating is a tort? Yes. And he has to compensate. That means what? He is liable. So, a minor is liable for tort. But if a minor makes a contract and the contract is cancelled, can we sue the minor? No. So, he is liable for tort, but he is not liable for breach of contract. Can a minor be a joint promisor? What is joint promisor? Two or more persons make a joint promise. Can a minor be a joint promisor? Yes. But except him, all others will be liable. That means, let's say a minor along with a major purchases this building. Can he purchase? Yes. But tomorrow if he refuses to pay, Vichara, the other one guy will sit and cry. Now tell me, can a minor be a partner of a firm? No. He can, yes. Partner nahi hai. Beneficiary is not partner. Partner means unlimited liability. However, under section 30 of the Partnership Act, he can be a beneficiary. Tell me, can a minor be a member of a company? He can be. No, only by transfer of shares. A minor cannot become a member of a company except by way of transfer or transmission. If the shares are fully paid up, what does this mean? See, one is company allotting the shares to the public. This is known as what? Allotment of shares. One is the public selling and buying the shares between themselves. This is what? Transfer. Company cannot allot shares to a minor, but we can sell the shares to a minor. But the shares must be what? Is it clear to everyone? If you have doubt, you ask me. S is the owner of the shares. He appointed his minor son as a nominee for the share. Can a minor be a nominee? Yes. Yes. So when he appointed his minor son as a nominee, S was Swaha. So when S is Swaha, what happens to his shares? Transferred to the minor. Then can the minor hold the shares? Yes. This is transmission. What are the shares he gets is not fully paid? Generally here what happens, whoever is the trustee will take care of the shares. When I appoint a minor as a nominee for my shares, I have to name someone as a trustee who will take care of the shares if the member dies during the minority of the nominee. Okay, so the trustee is supposed to take care of the shares. Whoever it's the sincerity I saw before the break and after the break is a little different. Kindly pay attention to whatever we are doing. I repeat again, any point you have any doubt, you ask me before I move forward. Are you sure? Not even this second point. Ma'am, can you give an example? You have to be loud, I cannot hear you. जब मैंने बोला तब याद आया, हाँ? Leave it. So you want a ratification. A minor issued a promissory note. What is the validity of the promissory note? A minor issued a promissory note. Issued a promissory note means he gives a written promise that I am liable to pay this amount. What is the validity of this promissory note? It's valid or it's void? Why is it void? Because a minor can never be held liable. When he becomes a major, if I would have just said he issues a promissory note, would it be valid? Yes, he's a major. But he issues a promissory note against the old note. So can we say he's trying to ratify this old note? Yes or no? Yes. Because when he issued a new note against the old note, what was he trying to do? He was trying to ratify the old note, right? When this old note was void ab initio, when something is void ab initio, can you ratify it? So this promissory note is also what? Right? I'm sorry? No. No. There is no collateral thing here. He is issuing a new promissory note. It's a separate contract altogether. But when I say he issues a new promissory note against the old promissory note, what is he trying to do? Ratify. And when something is void ab initio, can it be ratified? No. That is why it's void. Okay. M, who is a minor, says that I am a major and takes a loan from L. Later, the loan was 5 lakh, 2 lakh was already given. Later, L cancels the contract. Tell me what will happen. He can? He can recover the 3 lakh, matlab? M, who is a minor, represents himself to be a major and takes a loan from L, sum of 5 lakh, of which 2 lakh was already given, and L cancels the contract. Now tell me what will happen. Uh-huh. When L cancels the contract, can M go and prove in the court that I am a minor? Yes. And when he pleads his minority, what happens to this contract? This contract becomes void. Ma'am, anyway, L is cancelling the contract. Why should M prove his minority? If he, yes, if he does not prove his minority, he will have to return back the 2 lakh. But when he proves his minority, he does not have to return the 2 lakh. Right? So a minor can always plead minority. However, if the intention of the minor was to deceive, he took the loan and he cancels the contract. You thought you were only smart. His intention is what? To cheat. Even if he proves his minority, he will have to what? Compensate can be 2 lakh or less, never more. Compensation can be 2 lakh or less. It can never be more. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. One more point. What about the parents of a minor? What about the parents of a minor? I'm very strictly telling you, I'm hearing too many murmurs now. Anyway, if I turn my head and I see anyone, I won't even bother. I'm just going to throw you out of the class straight away. So whoever is murmuring, you keep quiet. If anyone is asking any doubt, it is not your place to talk at that point of time. I want pin drop silence in the class. Chalo, tell me, what was, parents of a minor, are they liable? Huh? You are doing full acting. Your dad is about to come. Okay. You are waiting. Ding dong, and you start. Your dad is like, what happened? dad, dad, I just went to one revision class of this law teacher. She made me write 20 pages. Dad, my hand is gone. So, no, dad. Tomorrow more revision. 4 chapters she will do in one day. Dad, today was one chapter. I don't know what will happen. Okay, what do you want? Dad, I want a Parker pen. Okay, go buy. Dad, money. Go tell the shopkeeper I will pay. Is dad liable to pay for that? Yes. Again, same. You're waiting. Dad. Ding dong. Your dad enters. What happened? Dad, what happened? Dad, I attended this lecture, revision marathon. She took away my life. My hand is gone. I don't even know what will I write. Chumma, one day you have written 2 pages and your hand is gone. When we were kids, we used to walk 10 miles to reach the class so that we could save 10 paisa. Hand is gone. No, dad, seriously, I want. What happened? Dad, I want a new pen. Dad, I cannot write with this pen. Which pen you want? Parker pen, dad. When you become CNO, buy one for yourself, one for me. Buy one gold plated for me, okay? Go, Parker pen. But you are another notorious kid. Go to the shop and say, Uncle, Uncle, I want Parker pen. Money, my daddy will come and pay. Is he liable to pay? No. But ma'am, what is the fault of the shopkeeper? Who asked him to give you Parker pen on credit? Who asked him to give you Parker pen on credit? Parents are only liable for the acts of the minor which was done by the authority of the parents. Is it clear to everyone? Are you sure? There was a question on this topic. Minor ka questions like if you don't listen to, I mean, read it carefully. Gone. Can we go to the next topic? Yes. Yes. Someone is saying something? Yes, please tell me. Which question? The last year's, I'm sorry, it's gone. Uh, wait. Yes. It's a thing. You have to write both little bit. Both. No problem. Okay. So before I go to the next point, just let's discuss two very small questions. This one. Have you seen this question? Matlab, one of the reasons where a student can faint in the examination hall. Seriously, if you give me such a lengthy question, by the time I read the fourth line, I've already forgotten what I had read earlier. Right? And isko dekh ke, now the paper is like this much, okay? So if the paper is this much, it literally fills up 1.5 page. मेरे को तो heart attack वहीं पे आ जाए. I don't even have to read the question to have a heart attack. But anyway, what to do? A man's got to do what a man's got to do. So please tell me the answer. While you are solving questions, try to focus on the key words. Try to understand what is the key word in a question. The more you do that, the more easier it will be to solve the questions in the exams. Who was that? Show the answer also. Answer you will give. Finished. What is the answer? So we will, or you can write, he is liable only if he had given the authority. Finished. What is the first answer? Can he file a case? Why? It's a minor and her intention was never to cheat. The second one. No, because parent is liable only for the acts that authority was given. The last one. Why? Minors Act cannot be ratified. So basically, if you see, the question looks very long. It looks like tough, but it is not tough. You just have to read it to understand. Once you've understood, it's quite easy. Huh? It was not an intention to deceive. She never cancelled the contract. She refuses to pay, but she did say, my parent will pay. You can ratify it. Her intention was not to cheat. She never cancelled the contract. Here, if you see, here the intention was to cheat. Wanted to get the. What did it say? Yeah. Tell me the answer to this one, Jaldi se. Explain. You guys seem to be very happy. Shall I answer it? Jaldi, jaldi. We don't have so much of time. We need to finish. Yeah. Will he succeed? Minor falsely representing his age enters into an agreement with a shopkeeper for loan. He gave his expensive watch as a security and took a loan of 40,000. He was super happy and he got a laptop of 30,000 and spent the rest of the money on a pleasure trip. Later on, Rahul realized that his watch was an expensive watch and he should not have given it like this to the shopkeeper. So he went back to the shopkeeper and asked for his watch back. First, he took the loan. He says that I'm a major, took the loan. Now he wants to cancel. Can we say his intention is to cheat? Yes or no? In this case, will he get his watch back? Yes. Because even if his intention was to cheat, he can prove the fact that he's a minor. And if he proves the fact that he's a minor, the contract is discharged. But when the intention of the minor is to cheat, he has to compensate. Now, he will get his watch back, but he has to pay the compensation of 40,000. The problem is 40,000 to hai nahi. 30,000 ka laptop is there. Can he claim that laptop? Yes. What about the rest 10,000? Gone with the wind. Swaha. Chalo, can I move forward? Yes. Now moving on to the next one. When is the consent not free or when is there flaws in consent? Actually, see, my next session is at 10 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, I have, yes, night 10 o'clock. I have a live session. And no, it's not an example. I'm telling you. I'm honestly telling you. So now they are so used to my example. So, and it will take me 20 to 25 minutes to reach home. So even if I stay here till 9:30, it's not a problem, but I think it will be a problem for you. You know? So when I'm speaking, you keep your mouth shut. So next is flaws in consent. When is the consent not free? Coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation, and mistake. Now these four are what? Voidable. These four are what? Voidable. Mistake can be mistake of fact or mistake of law. Fact can be what? Bilateral or unilateral. Bilateral is what? Void. Unilateral is what? Valid. Of law can be what? Indian law or foreign law. Indian law is, foreign law is void. So let's start with coercion at gunpoint, right? Your friend, he just recently got this phone and you are in love with this phone. It is the latest one, super expensive. Papa dreams में भी नहीं दिलाएंगे. One day, you are carrying a knife because you wanted to eat apple and you don't eat apple without peeling it. You take out that knife, thought that I will peel the apple, but then suddenly you are like, keep the knife at his. And you say, I'll slit your throat if you don't give me your phone right now. This is what? Threatening to commit a crime. Okay? Threatening to commit a crime. I give you my phone as a security for a loan. If I don't repay the loan, can you keep the phone with yourself? Yes. Is it lawful detaining? Yes. I stepped out of the class. I come back. I see my phone is missing. I'm like, where is my phone? Ma'am, it is here. I'm like, give my phone. Ma'am, leave us at 7:30. I'll give you the phone. I'm like, give me the phone. Ma'am, up to 7:15 you leave, then only you get the phone. This is, can we say this is unlawful detaining? Yes. This is what? Coercion. Right? So what is coercion? Threatening to commit a crime or unlawful detaining of the property of another. It's not funny. For you, it's just sitting and listening. For me, I have been talking since morning 7:30. It's not funny at all. The force is what? Physical force and can be by or on a third party. Please understand, it's a physical force. Even if you're walking on the road and some unknown guy comes and tries to use force over you, you will be scared. Because he is what? Using some weapon which will scare you off. But when it is an emotional force, can a third party have that kind of effect on you? No. What is undue influence? The parties are in a relationship. Okay. What kind of relationship are we talking about? The relationship could be real, it could be apparent, or it could be fiduciary. And one party has a dominating position over the other. When does one party have a dominating position over the other? When you have a real or apparent relationship, when you have a what? Fiduciary relationship, when you are under mental distress, or where the terms of the contract are unreasonable. In these four cases, we can say that the force is what? A what? I mean, it's a dominating position. Now, just dominating position is not enough. You are using it to make a contract on terms which are what? Unreasonable. The force is a mental or a moral force. Since it's an emotional force, a third party cannot exert that kind of pressure. So it is always what? On the parties. Now tell me, if there is a threat to commit suicide, what is it? It's always coercion. Tell me, relation of husband and wife, what is it? Relation of husband and wife. Is it undue influence? No, it's not. It is not dominating position. So because it is not dominating position, does not come under undue influence. Ma'am, how can it be not dominating position? 99% wife dominates. That is her nature, she dominates. Right? That is her nature. If I talk about rights, in marriage, under Marriage Act, the rights of husband and wife are equal. So when my rights are equal to my husband's right, how is there a dominating position? Dominating position happens when one has more rights over the other. Right? Only then dominating position happens. In the Marriage Act, the rights of husband and wife are equal. So there can never be any dominating position. Is it clear to everyone? Yes? Fraud. 5 categories are considered as fraud. The assertion of the fact which one believes to be true but makes the other person believe it to be false. I know the truth, but I make you believe something else is true. Right? I know the truth. So you are colorblind. You wanted a black color shirt because you wanted to look hot. I gave you a shocking pink transparent shirt saying that it is black in color. This is what? This is fraud. Now, please tell me, only making a wrong statement is fraud, or not saying something that I should say is also fraud? That is also fraud. So, active concealment of facts. Active matlab active doesn't mean active, where you knowingly hide the facts of the contract. Right? So, a company issued a prospectus saying that we have paid dividend for the past 5 years. But the company failed to mention that the dividend was paid out of what? Capital profits. Out of 5 years, 3 years, it was paid out of capital profits. That was an important information which should have been given. Company fails to give. This is what? Fraud. Third one, when I make a contract, the motive is to perform. If I make a contract without an intention to perform, it is what? It is fraud. So the owner of this building agrees to sell this building, later refuses, but he actually never intended to sell. Can we say this is fraud? Yes. Contract entered without an intention to perform. Okay. The next one, any act which is declared fraudulent by law. If law says this is fraud, who are we and you to question? Law is only saying. Now, what happens? No, whenever laws are written, the first thing that we human beings do is after reading the law, we find the first loophole possible. Right? Right. And it may happen that, see, human mind can only think to an extent. The lawmakers may not be able to cover every situation, so that will be a loophole. So they always leave an open ended point. If any act is not covered under the above, but the motive is to deceive, that is also what? That is also fraud. Right? So any act fitted to deceive. This is an open-ended point. Any act which does not fall under any of the above categories, but the motive is what? To deceive. It is what? Fraud. Chalo, can we move forward? Now tell me, is silence fraud? Is silence fraud? हाँ, silence is not fraud. लेकिन law में क्या होता है? Logic. So there are two cases where silence is what? Fraud. What are the two cases? What are the two cases? Ha. What? Where normally I don't have to speak, but there is a special situation which demands I should speak, then silence is fraud. Remember our love at first sight? Yes? Yes? Remember? Yes. So there it was the duty of the person keeping silent to speak. The second is where silence equals to speech. सब शांति से सुन लो. Next topic start करने के पहले I'll give you 2 minutes break. हाँ? Yeah, 120 seconds of break. So listen to then you can talk. ठीक है? So tell me, is silence fraud? No. But when it is the duty of the person keeping silent to speak, then if he is silent, silence is what? You know, this generally happens in which cases? Insurance. Even if the person does not ask you anything, you have to disclose everything. Then prospectus. Company issuing a prospectus. Then contracts of immovable property. Then contracts relating to family. And the last one, marriage contracts. So you fall in love, the girl you marry, she's deaf and dumb. She's deaf and dumb. So will you, when you go to marry someone, will you ask, can she see? Can she speak? Can she hear? No. You will assume she can. If there is some problem, the other person will tell. So it is their duty to speak. Or where silence equals to speech, then silence is what? Then silence is gone. What is misrepresentation? Misrepresentation is also making a wrong statement. Right? Misrepresentation is also what? Making a wrong statement. Now, when we say misrepresentation, I know something wrong, but I believe what I know is right and I make the other person believe it. I know something wrong. I believe that black color is shocking pink color, and I tell you the same thing. Was it done with an intention to cheat? No. It was done because of ignorance. This is what? Misrepresentation. Is it clear to everyone? Huh? Oh, I thought someone is. Now, these, what? The topic is not over. Consequences. इससे related case studies get a little tricky, so be careful. First of all, what is the consequence? The contract is voidable. Now, if one party uses fraud or misrepresentation, but the other party, if he would have used his diligence, would have come to know the facts, the contract is what? Valid. Ma'am, diligence, so I can come to know anytime. Anytime I can use diligence. No, only when the question says. Now, it will never directly tell you, you could use your diligence. No, but you have to identify from the question. For example, if I say this car gives you a mileage of 30 kilometers per liter, and if I say the speed meter and fuel meter is working, that means what? You could have identified it. So, there, can you claim anything on the grounds of fraud? No. So, where one party uses fraud or misrepresentation, but the other party, if he would have used this diligence, would have come to know the facts. The contract is what? Valid. Then, if one party uses fraud or misrepresentation, but the other is not misled by it, the contract is what? Valid. My fraud must induce you to contract. If I am using a fraudulent statement, but it is not inducing you to contract, that is not fraud. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. So if let's say you have come to Yashas because you want to come to Yashas, irrespective of who is teaching, right? I said correct only, no? Yes. Yeah, I thought I said cheating. Whoever is, irrespective of whoever is teaching, you just want to join Yashas. So if let's say they said that a particular teacher will be teaching you, but that teacher is not there, can you cancel the contract? No, no. But if you are joining because so that statement did not mislead you. But if you join Yashas only because a particular teacher is teaching, you ask them, they say yes, but that teacher is not teaching. Can you cancel the contract? Yes. Right. So that fraudulent statement must induce you to contract. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Mistake. What is mistake? Erroneous belief, a wrong belief. Bilateral mistake means what? Both the parties are mistaken. A wants to sell his horse to B. B agrees to purchase. Both A and B do not know that the horse is already dead. It is what? Bilateral mistake. It is void. But you know what? When I say mistake of fact, fact means what? Subject matter. Right? What kind of mistake can I have about the subject matter? What kind of mistake can I have about the subject matter? Existence, quantity, quality, identity, anything. But if it is mistake of price, contract is absolutely valid. Unilateral mistake. You wanted to gift your mom for her birthday. वैसे तो you wanted to gift her a daughter-in-law. That's a different thing. But you, as of now, अभी जब तक नहीं मिल रही है, तब तक you decided to gift her diamond necklace. Right? You go to the shop, you buy a necklace, believing it's made of real diamond. But it is not made of real diamonds. Can you return the necklace back? No. You saw, you thought, you like, you purchase everything, you buy the shopkeeper now. Right? Unilateral mistake. The contract is valid. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Mistake of law. You know, for everything that we do, there is a law. Right? For everything that we do, there is what? There is a law. Even for the air that we breathe in, even for the way we walk on the road, there is a law. Oh, yo, I did not know committing murder is a crime. Leave me this time. Next time I will not do. Can you do that? No. No. It is your duty to know the laws of your country. Ignorantia juris non excuset. Ignorance of the law of land is no excuse. The contract is what? Valid. But when I say foreign law, I am supposed to know the laws of my country, not the laws of other country. It is what? Mistake of fact. And the contract is what? Void. What is ignorantia juris non excuset? Ignorantia, ignorance. Juris, law of land. Non-excusate, not an excuse, right? And the one in the last bench there, the last bench guy, the one this side, check shirt. Would you be kind enough to stand up when I'm talking to you? चेक्स आपने तो नहीं पहना है वैभव आप बैठ जाओ वैभव आपको तो लॉ आता है सो दूसरे का प्लीज एक्सप्लेन मी द मीनिंग ऑफ दिस प्लीज the problem is he knows everything in law because he has studied for the entrance exams of law right wasting your time for revision class and sitting there and talking this other guy is Vaibhav, the one who's sitting that guy is not Vaibhav okay then I am confused and the one not the one standing even that guy acha chalo बाजू वाला tell me yeah बाजू वाला can I repeat the question Yash please me see he to answered he was talking with you cozily you people are having quite a cozy time there come in the first bench come here come here both of you come here you cannot see acha no problem come here we will see I will see what is the problem no there is no AC here don't worry come so tell me, but if it is so, did you, what is ignorantia juris non excusat? Ignorantia, ignorance. Juris law of land, non excusat, not an excuse. Is it clear to all of you? Yes. But this guy looks very similar to that guy, no? Actually, I couldn't make out his face. I think my power has increased. I need to go and check it. Is it clear to everyone? Yes? Is it clear to everyone? With this, we are done with this topic. Can I move to the next topic? Yes. So, you want 2 minutes break? What will you do in that 2 minutes break? Tell me. Huh? You want to talk? Water bottle. Go. What's the discussion going on? So you want writing exams for you? Are you sure? Huh? You are not a student of Yash's, right? Come back, all of you. Let's finish off this chapter now. The next one. Chalo, moving on to the next one. Unlawful. The next essential is what? Lawful object. What do we mean by object? Object means the purpose for which the contract is made. Object means what? The purpose for which this purpose must be what? Lawful. If it is unlawful, it is what? Void. Now there are 7 heads which are considered as what? Unlawful. So let's see what are those 7 heads. The first one, if it defeats the law. Abhi defeats bola to there is no sword fight and defeats. Right? Defeats means what? Going against the law. Whatever law says, if you go against it, it is what? Void. If it defeats the provisions of the law, what is provisions of the law? Apart from the laws made by the parliament, we also have the Muslim and the what? Hindu law. If it goes against these laws also. So once a student asked me very smartly, I mean, some people just want us to know that we exist in the class. So please pay attention, right? So this guy, he very smartly stands up and he's like, so which law am I supposed to follow? Muslim law or Hindu law? मेरे को मन तो किया उसको कुछ बोल दूं. I had to control my... Anyway, so obviously, and if you have doubts, please go and ask your parents. They will tell you which law you're supposed to follow. So, the laws which are made by the parliament, Hindu and Muslim law are also enforced. And if I make any contract which goes against this law, it is what? It's void. Then, if it defeats the rules of law, you know, in India, when I use the word law, law includes act, law includes rules, regulations, ordinance, orders, bylaws, notifications. These are all considered as law. And each word has a meaning. Act is what we are studying, Indian Contract Act. Rules, you must have come across this in Companies Act. What exactly is rules? It is made by the central government, notified by the central government, subordinate to the act, but equally in force. Right? Companies Act tells us you are supposed to do this filing. How we will do this filing? Where is it given? In the rules. Regulations are passed by the regulatory bodies like SEBI. So you have a lot of regulations. If you study SEBI, ICDR regulations, LODR regulations, prohibition of insider trading regulation. So these regulatory bodies, they pass these regulations. Right? So can I say even rule is a part of law? Can I follow the act and ignore the rule? No. No. So if you go against the rules also, it is what? Unlawful. For example, Companies Act Section 464 says number of partners should not exceed 100. But rule says 50. So we have to follow both. So it cannot exceed what? 50. So you cannot go against the law in any form, whether it is going against the act or the rules or the provisions. The next one, if the agreement is fraudulent, where an agent is acting outside his authority, and the third party also knows about it, it is what? It is fraudulent. If a contract causes injury to a person or his property, so I decided to change my profession after teaching for 17 years. Enough is enough. So I decided to change my profession. What? Why? Hukam? So I decided, but I was like thinking about a lot of things that I can do. Finally, but then वो मारवाड़ी खून है तो has to end at business only. I decided to start business. But the situation is, and I don't have the B of business also in my blood. I'm such a bad business. I would be such a bad business. So I decided if I start business from scratch, by the time I earn profit, I will either be or swaha only. Okay? So I tell you, please steal their trademark, their copyright, and their patent. I will manipulate and use it for my business. Can we say it causes injury to the person's property? Yes or no? It's unlawful and hence it is what? Void. If it is immoral. See, these are basically social laws. We have different kinds of laws. When we talk about immoral, it is more related to what? Social laws. Right? It is related to what? Social laws. But the rules of societies have changed over the years. What was considered as immoral a couple of years back, like homosexuality, it was considered as immoral. But today, it's absolutely valid. So even the society laws or the social norms keep changing over a period of time, right? So anything which is against these social laws is what? Void. And last, if any act is done which is against public policy, it is what? It's against law and hence it is void. Against public policy can actually be classified under 10 heads. So let's talk about the 10 heads. Trading with enemy. Trading with enemy. Right? An Indian wants to make a contract with the. I was going to say China. अच्छा हम है ना record हो रहा है, let's not. So my country is at war with another country, so can I say during war, to be very careful, during war, can I say we are the alien enemies of each other? Yes or no? Can we make a contract? No. And the contract is against public policy and hence it is void. Stifling prosecution. What is stifling prosecution? Stifle means to suppress. Prosecution means prosecute means to punish a wrongdoer. See, sometimes offenses can be punishable by fine or imprisonment, whereas other cases imprisonment is mandatory. If the offense is punishable by fine or imprisonment and you settle with fine, is it wrong? No. But if it is punishable by imprisonment mandatory and you settle with a fine, then is it wrong or not? Yes. Then it is what? Stifling prosecution. Right? The next one. Champerty and maintenance. Stifling prosecution. Let's say, for example, you're going by train. You've seen those trains, no? Man kiya, you just jump and you pull. Arey yaar, chalti hai. Man kyun kiya? You were like, does it work or is it for show? You pulled, it worked. The train authorities come, yes sir, na, every check kar raha tha, chalti hai ya show ke liye. They say, no problem sir, we'll check your wallet. They fine you. They don't imprison you. They fine you. Is it valid? Yes. It's punishable by fine or imprisonment. You murder someone. Police comes and says, no problem, sir. Give fine to the state and go enjoy money. Tomorrow come and kill me only. Is it valid? Is it valid? This is what stiffness prosecution. Okay? Third one, champerty and maintenance. In both champerty and maintenance, one party is helping the other party to sue a third party. Right? In both champerty and maintenance, one party is helping the other party to sue a third party. Now, tell me one thing. When a case is filed and if you win the case, can we say there will be a result from this case? Yes or no? Yes. When both the parties share the result, it is champerty. When both the parties do not share the result, it is what? Maintenance. Okay? I am helping you to sue him. And we say we both will share the result of this case. It is what? Champerty. I am giving you money just to sue him. I am not getting anything out of it. This is what? Maintenance. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. The next one, interference with the course of justice. What is course of justice? Course means the path the court takes to come to a decision. That is basically what? Evidences and witnesses. Someone sees you committing a murder. You say, no problem. I will give you Gandhiji. Just keep your mouth shut. Okay? This is what? Interference with the course of justice. That is tampering with the evidences or bribing the witness of a case. Then next one, sale of public offices. You want a public post or a title. You saved the child from drowning in 4 feet deep water. You're like, Padma Bhushan award is mine. Whatever money I need to pay, I will pay, but I will get the award. Right? This is what? Sale of public offices. So, how many of you have jumped over the red signal and tried to give money to the police officer after that? Huh? Raise your hands. I want to see those. Mahan insan. You have done that? So that is sale of public offices. Yeah. Next time you do, remember it is illegal. Now tell me, huh? So that's also wrong. मैंने क्या बोला वो सही है, वो भी गलत है, आपका देना भी गलत है. So the next one, interest against obligation. Acha, tell me, do I bribe? Do I bribe only for a public post or title? No, I can bribe for other favors also. When I bribe for public post or title, it is sale of public office. When I need a favor and I bribe for that, it is what? Interest against obligation. So both are bribing. When it is bribing for a public post or title, it is what? Sale of public offices. When it is bribing for any other reason, it is interest against obligation. 1 to 6 is also illegal. 1 to 6 is also illegal. 7 to 10 is only void. They are not illegal. Interest against obligation. But if it is a public post, sale of public office. The next one, marriage brokerage contract. Panditji comes to your house. Your mom says, Panditji, look for a girl. I want to get my son married. Oh, your son is so grown up. Are he's a CA. I have perfect timing. Buy data of a girl who's a CA. Ma Khandan CA is my Khandan is CA. Ma is very happy. You are engaged. Panditji is like Beti Dakshina. Panditji let them get married. You are married. But Panditji did not get Dakshina. He comes and says, Beti Dakshina, Panditji shadi ho gayi. Now no Dakshina. Can Panditji sue your mom to recover the Dakshina? No. Agreement in marriage brokerage contract. Acting as a broker to find a spouse for another person in exchange of consideration is what? Against public policy, and hence it is void. The next one, in restraint of marriage. Two persons are getting married. A and B are getting married. C goes to A and says, I will pay you money, don't get married. Okay? Who are you to stop? Every person has a right to get married. Can you stop? No. It is what? Void. But if you stop a minor, tell me. Minor cannot get married. It's absolutely valid. Agreement in restraint of trade. What is in restraint of? Restraint means to stop. Can you stop a person from getting married? No. Every person has a right to get married. Oh, I'm so sorry. Every person has a right to carry any lawful business. Any agreement which stops a person from carrying a lawful business is against public policy and hence void. But if it is reasonable, like Yashas has a contract with his teachers that till the time you're teaching at Yashas, you cannot teach anywhere else in Bangalore. Is it valid? Yes. If they say you cannot teach anywhere else in India, is it valid? No. Because Yashas only teaches in Bangalore. So if it is reasonable, it is what? Valid. The last one, agreement in restraint of legal proceeding. When two parties have made a contract, do the parties have a right to sue each other? Any agreement which stops a person from going to the court against the other person is against public policy and hence it is void. Tell me one thing. If we agreed to go to the arbitrator, right? Then can one party stop? What is arbitrator? Now, it is settlement of disputes outside the court. It's alternate dispute settlement. If we have agreed that we would go to the arbitrator, can one party go to the court? No. Then if the other party stops, is it valid? Yes. Otherwise, every party has a right to go to the court, but if an agreement states that we will go to the arbitrator, then one party cannot go to the court, and then if the other party stops, it's absolutely valid. Is it clear? Before I move to the next topic, any point you want me to explain again? Any agreement which stops a person from carrying a lawful business. So let's say you have a business and someone is starting a competing business. You tell him, I'll give you money, don't start this business. Is it valid? Let's say A and B have made a contract. Okay. Can I say A has a right to sue B, B has a right to sue A? Yes. If A wants to sue B and B stops A from suing, is it valid? No. Because every person has a right to go to the court, and if the agreement stops the person from going to the court, it is what? But let's say we had an agreement that we would go to the arbitrator. Then can A go to the court? No. No. Then if B stops, is it valid? They had a dispute. And while settling this dispute, they made a written agreement that for future dispute, we would go to the arbitrator. Then can one party stop the other? Yes. And is it valid? Done? Any doubts in any of the points? Hmm? Uh, when let's say the arbitrator has given passed a reward. Award means not a prize, but the decision. So if you don't get whatever is recoverable, you can go to the court to enforce it. Done. One topic is there which is not there in this slide. Agreements expressly declared void. So what are agreements expressly declared void? The first one, the agreement, the meaning of which is what? Uncertain. Agreement, the meaning of which is what? Uncertain. A says to B, I'll sell you 100 liters of oil. B agrees. Is it valid? No. Even if B agrees, which oil is not specified? Uncertain. If a contract has two parts, a part legal and other illegal, what happens? If both the parts are separable, legal is valid, illegal is void. If they are not separable, contract is completely void. Then tell me agreements by way of wager. What is wager? It's betting. A says to B, I'll give you 100 if it rains. बैंगलोर में बारिश का कोई चांस ही नहीं लग रहा है. And you give me rupees 100 if it does not rain. You will only have to give me. So this is what wager. In India, wagers are void. But in Gujarat and Maharashtra, they are also illegal. Is it clear to everyone? Are you sure? Yes. We are done with this unit. Any doubt you have before we move forward? Which unit do you like the best in Indian Contract Act? And which one you hate the most? This one. Ha. It's huge. It's not like it's tough or anything. Chalo, any doubts you have? No doubts? Chalo, we'll do one quiz. Jaldi se nikalo. Which chapter is it? Ha. Can you see the code? This time who is going to win? Where is yours? You don't want to play? Very good. X threatened to abduct, sorry, Y's minor son. So basically, he's saying, I'll kidnap your minor son if you don't transfer your plot worth 5 crores for 20 lakh. This is what? Coercion. And in threatening to commit a crime is what? Coercion. Threatening to commit a crime is what? Coercion. The contract is what? Voidable. I'll start the second one. No, it's voidable. This is what happens when you don't read the options carefully. The first one was the legal part is void and the illegal part is valid. How many of you got the answer wrong? Read the options carefully. Valid? Like I want to see किसको ये valid लगा. This guy says valid. हाँ, जिसकी जैसी सोच, what people think that we should do and can do is valid for them. Huh? He is giving money to get a job. This is what? Sale of public offices. And sale of public offices is what? Void. Bro, it's quite easy. Seriously. Again wrong. It's all about timing. Okay, which of the following is not covered? Again, public policy where those 10 heads. Trading with enemy was in that. Uh, Trafficking in public offices, that is sale of public offices. Marriage brokerage contract also. Contract to do impossible act is not against public policy. I'm waiting if there is a 100% right answer ever. Ayo! Oh my god, how are you guys solving? Which of the following statement is true? अरे एक minute. Which of the following statement is true? A threat to commit does not amount, it amounts to coercion. Undue influence involves physical force. If I कौन है ये 19 लोग? Who are those great people? I want to touch your feet. It involves mental force. And silence always amounts. I don't even want to speak anything here now. Life is full of scams. Not practicing a is paid to the doctors and it's absolutely valid. It is in restraint of trade, but it is reasonable. How many of you, all of these, all of these, huh? How many of you are doing that? How many of you got it right? Which of this is necessary for misrepresentation to exist? It must relate to material fact, correct? Person making it should not believe it. It is fraud if he does not believe it to be true. He should believe it to be true. It must be made with an intention to deceive. If it is intention to deceive, it is what? It is fraud. The options carefully before voting. And the pehla wala was not all of this, so what? Which one is it? Interference with the course of justice. It is what? Void. When it is void, that means he gave the judgment in his favor, but he did not get the money. Can he sue? No. So the agreement is void as it is opposed to public. The agreement is valid. कौन है भाई ये? Who are these 13 people? Voidable. Nothing to say. Last thought, do it right. I just explained this point. Ouch. This is agreement in restraint of legal proceeding. Just now we did it. Bhavna, you are going to. Bhavna. वैसे one thing is there. I don't know about you behaving like a CA or not, But you are definitely behaving like roadside hooligans. Definitely doing that. Huh? Cheering. Oh, acha, acha, acha. No, 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 good. We should keep cheering each other. Maybe we will also get motivation to be the topper next time. Yeah. Acha, chalo, let's move to the next topic. Yes, you will get it. I'm not carrying it today, but tomorrow you'll get that. Is why I've taken pictures for that. Shh. Uh, uh, this unit, now we have already done all the essentials of a valid contract. This unit talks about what performance of the contract. Now the thing is, the first part, this chapter performance of the contract can actually be divided into two parts. The first part relates to everything about performance. The second part relates to discharge of the contract. The first part generally important from exam point of view. I have seen institute generally give the question from this part, generally for 6 marks, could be for 4 also, but a practical question they generally give from this portion. So, starting with it, the first topic, distinction between succession and assignment. What is succession? What is succession? A person is dead, his property is transferred to his what? Legal heirs. It is what? Inheritance. And happens by what? Operation of law. What is assignment? Transfer of rights. You remember we discussed transfer of rights in consideration, yes? This happens either by operation of law or by agreement. In succession, you get the assets or you get the liabilities or you get both. You get both. Both assets and liabilities are what? Transferred. But liability to the extent of assets. In assignment, transfer of rights is valid. But liability can be assigned only when all the parties agree to it. Right? So even if one of the parties refuses for such assignment, the assignment is not valid. Is it clear? Yes. Effect of refusal to perform, where one party is ready and willing to perform, but the other refuses to accept. He is known as what? Breaching party, and he is what? Aggrieved party. A has no obligation to perform but has a right to claim. Can we say the contract becomes voidable at A's option? Yes, contract becomes voidable at A's option. So under the Indian Contract Act, if you remember, I told you there are only 3 cases. So 2 we have already done. This was the second one. Time and place of performance. If no time is given for the performance of the contract, it should be performed within a reasonable time. Day is given, but no time is given during the business hours. Then no place is given. Duty of the promisor to ask the promisee to fix a reasonable place. Not to fix a place, fix a reasonable place. वो तो बोलेगा लंदन चल के perform कर. Right? Is it possible? No. I have to perform on a specific day, but I will perform only when you ask me to perform. Right? Promisor has to perform on a specific day. But the promisor will perform only when the promisee asks him to perform. It is the duty of the promisee to ask the promisor to perform the contract. Time of performance. Generally, in every contract, time for performance is mentioned. If no time is mentioned, you have to perform within what? Reasonable time. But if time is mentioned, you have to perform within the time specified. In some cases, time may be of essence, whereas in some cases, time may be not of essence. Right? You join the marathon session. You join the marathon session of Yashas for June exam. You ask them when will it get over? They say last week of May. It gets over last week of June. Okay. Is time of essence here or not? June में exam देना है. Right. But you are going to write your exams in the month of November and you join a marathon session. You ask them when will it get over? They say end of May. It gets over in end of June. Is it any loss to you? No. You still have ample of time. So when it is important that you perform within the time specified, Otherwise, the party will be at a loss. Time is what? Of essence. And if the party fails to perform within the time, the contract is what? Voidable. Like live show. Live show is something which has to be done then and there. Time is what? Of essence. The contract is what? Voidable. When we say contract is voidable, you can either cancel or accept. If you cancel, can you also claim damages? Yes. Yes. But if you accept, can you claim damages? Yes, you can. But only if you mention. If you just accept without specifying that you will claim damages, then you cannot claim the damages. Otherwise, can you claim the damages? Yes. So, I repeat again, if time is of essence and you fail to perform within the time, the contract is voidable. If you accept the contract, you can claim the damages if you have mentioned. If you rightfully cancel the contract, you can also claim the damages. When I say time is of essence, in contract of sale, time of delivery is what? Of essence. If the time is not of essence, the contract is what? Valid, but you can also claim the damages. So, if the delivery was supposed to be made today, but the delivery is made after 4 days, can you refuse to accept the goods? Yes. But if the payment was supposed to be made today and you make the payment after 10 days, is the person bound to accept? Yes. But the person can claim the damage. What is damages here? Uh-huh. Huh. So basically here it is the interest for the 10 days. Here damages is generally what? The interest. Moving on to the next one. I think joint promises is not given. I don't know why it is not given. Okay. I want to discuss, this is another favorite, hot favorite topic of the institute, joint promises. What is joint promises? Joint promise. ABC jointly promised to pay D. Okay. ABC jointly promised to pay D 6,000. What is each of them? What is the liability of each of them? Huh? Nothing is. Let's say if it was given 3 is to 2 is to 1. Huh? It will be 3 is to 2 is to 1. If nothing is given, are you sure? So each of them is liable for their share. B and C run away. A is liable for 2,000 or 6,000. Are you sure? So each of them has a joint liability for their share and severe liability for the whole share. If A pays on behalf of B and C the whole money, what happens now? B and C must pay 2,000 each to A. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. If let's say C is unable to pay, why will C be unable to pay? Insolvency. Then how much will each of them bear? So his loss shall be borne by the others in their proportion. That is 3,000 each. C becomes insolvent and pays 1,000. Then how much will be each one? Each of them will bear 2,500. That is only from there he's paying 1,000. Right? And if he's not paying anything, we cannot recover anything. That means no assets. Is it clear to all of you? Yes? If A is dead, if A is dead, legal heirs of A along with B and C will perform. If all the four are dead, huh? If all the four are dead, legal heirs of all the four will perform. Right? One last thing. D was in love with A and he did not want to take the money from A. So he discharges A. Now, when I say discharges A, doesn't mean that he says now BC pay 4,000. He says now BC only pay 6,000. So he discharges A. So when he discharges A, is A liable to B and C? And are B and C liable to D? Think and tell me. Yes. They are liable because there are two contracts. One is between ABC and one is between ABCD. B is discharging A from the contract between ABCD. A is still liable under the contract between ABC. And are B and C liable? Yes, obviously. He only discharges A. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Can we move to the next topic? Yes. Appropriation of payment, another favorite topic of the institute. When the debtor owes several distinct debts, that is, he has taken multiple debts from the same person, and while repaying, he just repays a part of it. Which debt we will adjust is known as what? Appropriation of payment. Who is making the payment? Debtor. So when the debtor is making the payment, he can specify which debt to be set off. And if the creditor accepts the payment, the creditor must set off that debt only. Right? So if let's say there are 5 debts and he says, I am paying you to set off this debt, then if the creditor is taking the money, he has to set off this debt only. If the debtor makes the payment on account generally, that is against my account, I am making the payment, then what will happen? The creditor can set off any debt, including a time bar debt, but he cannot set off a disputed debt. If both the parties do not specify anything, chronologically, whichever is first. And if there are more than one debt on the same day, it will be set off in their proportion. What is reciprocal promises? Dependent promises. That is, performance of one depends upon the performance of the other. Now, I say performance of one depends upon the performance of the other. How do we fix it? It can be fixed by the parties. How is it fixed by the parties? In the agreement, they can make an agreement that you will perform and then I will perform. Or it can be fixed by implication. I want you to build the house, but I will supply you the material. Now, I did not say only after I supply you the material you build the house, but isn't it obvious that only after I supply the material you will build the house? If one party prevents the other from performing, let's say I tell you build the house, I will supply the material. I did not supply the material. Are you under any obligation to build the house? No. But do you have a right? Yes. What? Claim the damages. Restitution, the last topic before discharge of the contract. If a contract is voidable, let's say fraud, you wanted a which color shirt? Black color shirt. But you were given which color shirt? Shocking pink. Can you return the shirt back? Yes or no? Yes. Because it's voidable, it's fraud. Can you return the shirt back? Yes. So when you return the shirt back, can you claim the money that you paid for it? Yes. Yes. You cannot say, ma'am, conditions apply. No. Here it was fraud. So where a voidable contract is cancelled, whatever benefits has been received has to be returned back. This restitution, quite a number of times I have seen questions relating to restitution combined with supervening impossibility. And they have been asked as a question together. Right? So you need to understand that if I have, let's say I ask a painter to paint a picture for me, and I gave him some advance money, but before he could paint the picture, he swaha. Can I claim back the money that I have paid? Yes. Yes. Because the painting was never completed. Right? Can I claim back the money? Yes. So if a contract has become void, whatever benefits I have received, I have to what? Return it back. This is restitution. Is it clear to everyone? Are you sure? Yes. Can we move to the next one? Please, can I take a 1 minute break? Hmm? Chalo, we'll start. Huh? Let me finish this unit then. More interested in quiz than in studies. Okay, so the first one, chalo, another 30 minutes and let's just get done with the chapter. Yeah. Okay, the first one, a contract can be discharged by 6 different ways: by performance, by lapse of time, by operation of law, by mutual consent, by impossibility of performance, and by breach. Please kindly keep quiet. What is performance? It can be actual or attempted. You have paid the fees to Yashas. Yashas has completed your class. This is what? Actual. You have paid the fees to Yashas. Yashas conducts your class. You are not interested in coming only. Can you later come and say, oh, yo, sir, I did not attend, give my fees or take my class? No. Contract is discharged by attempted performance of Yashas. One party is ready, but the other refuses to accept. Lapse of time, the best example is what? Time bar. By operation of law, death, insolvency, a contract was made. But before the contract could be performed, the person becomes insolvent or the person is dead. See, in case of death, generally what happens? The legal heirs perform. But if the contract is based on what? Personal skill. Can the legal heirs perform? No. What happens to the contract? The contract is discharged. Please understand one more thing here. The provisions are overlapping. So you may find one point here and the same point given under some other head also. It's okay. They are overlapping provisions. The next one, mutual consent, happens by four ways: novation, rescission, alteration, remission. Novation. Old contract is cancelled, new contract is made. No. No old contract, new contract. It can happen between the same parties or with a third party. Rescission, cancellation of the contract. In novation, what is happening is we are cancelling the old contract and we are making a new contract. In rescission, what is happening is we are cancelling the contract, but we are not making any new contract. Rescission is from the word recess. Recess means what? Break. Breaking the contract. Alteration, changing the terms of the. In rescission and novation, the contract was cancelled. In alteration, the contract is not cancelled. The terms are changed. Change in the terms of the contract. Remission. You have done an accounts, no? A owes us 1,000, received 900 in full settlement. What happened to the 100? Discount. This is remission. Or A had to give cash 1,000. In place of cash, we took goods of 1,000. This is what? Remission. So payment, remission is from the word remit. Remit means what? To pay. To pay in kind or to pay a lesser amount in full settlement. Right? The next one, impossibility of performance existing at the time of contract. When we say existing at the time of contract, can we say this is void ab initio? Yes or no? Why? Because it is from the time the contract was made, it was what? Impossible to perform. Can we say it is, as I said, can we say it is void ab initio? Yes. Can we say it's a pre-contractual impossibility? Yes. Even before the contract was made, it was what? Impossible to perform. Known to both. Your girlfriend says, get me a star from the sky. You ask Harry Potter to get you a star from the sky because she said, otherwise, I will divorce you even before we get married. This is what? Known to both. Unknown to both. A wants to sell his horse to B. B agrees to purchase. Both A and B do not know that the horse is already dead. Known to one. A knows his horse is dead. Right? A knows his horse is what? Dead. Still he says to B, I will sell you my horse. This is what? Fraud. Now fraud is voidable. But here it is impossible to perform. So it is what? Void. But since it is fraud, I will claim the void. Is it clear to everyone? Supervening impossibility. वैसे no, in your book, for supervening impossibility, they have not given any heads. But I have classified into heads so that you know other than this, nothing else is supervening impossibility. What is supervening impossibility? After the contract is made, it becomes impossible to perform. Post contractual, the contract becomes what? Void. When the contract was made, it was valid. But before the contract could be performed, it becomes impossible to perform. Destruction of subject matter. You give your property on rent for a show, but before the show, the property is what? Burned down. Can we now perform the contract? No. Death of the promiser. You hire a painter to paint a picture for you. Before the painter paints the picture, he is dead. The contract is what? Void. Why it is not void ab initio? Because when the contract was made, it was absolutely valid. Non-existence of a particular state of thing. You got engaged to a girl. Both are of marriage age. Valid contract. Before the marriage, she turns into a lunatic. What happens? Non-existence of a particular state of thing. Are you required to marry her? No. Don't try to become Shahid Kapoor. Outbreak of war. Right? Now, you make a contract with a person of another country. Is it a valid contract? Yes. But before you could perform the contract, there is a war. What happens? The contract becomes void. The last one, change in law. I agree to sell this pen to you. You agree to purchase. Before sale takes place, the government declares selling of this pen illegal. What happens? What happens? It is void. Acha, tell me, in all of these cases, can you claim for restitution? And can you claim for damages? Huh? What you can claim? Which case? No, this was not fraud. I'm only talking about supervening impossibility. Can you claim restitution? Yes. Can you claim damages? No, not in our hands, no. No. You can claim the refund of the money that Yo-Yo has paid to you. You have to pay that back. But can Yo-Yo claim damages from you? What is breach? Non-fulfillment of the terms of the contract. Now, breach can be what? Please. Breach can be anticipatory or actual. What is anticipatory? Before the due date. What is actual? On the due date. When before the due date, one party comes to know the other party will not perform. This is what? Actual breach, anticipatory breach. You have two options. Either you can cancel the contract on that very date or you can wait till the due date. If you cancel the contract on that very day, can you claim the damages? Yes. If you wait till the due date, now on the due date, if the other party performs, are you bound to accept? Yes, because that's the date of performance. If the other party does not perform, you can cancel the contract and claim the damages. Is it clear to everyone? Yes. With this, we are done with this unit. Can we go to the next one? Huh? You're more interested in the quiz now, huh? Chalo, are you ready? I don't have any quiz for tomorrow. I only made it for today. No quiz for tomorrow. Done. Everyone join. What the hell? I thought I'll put a story on of this because everyone will give a correct answer. I was in fact thinking you people suggest me a song that I should put as a background, for my story. कभी तो मेरी ख्वाहिश पूरी होने दो. Even if I tell the answer, I'm damn sure no one will click on the right answer. I was ready with my phone कि अब भी picture click करना होगा. Please fulfill my dreams, guys. Please. Even this is very easy. There is a song, I don't know you have heard about it or not. I will put the story with that song. Dil ki arma आंसुओं में बह गए. This is the feeling I'm getting. He read half the options. He read half the options. I mean, he read all of them, but he clicked on the wrong one. I told him the right one. See. What happened? Why? Why did this happen? Time is of essence, and when time is of essence, what happens? Was D? Who won D? Who are those 8 people who opted for D? कुछ भी. I will never, my dream will never be fulfilled. That becomes valid. How many of you clicked on A without reading B, C, D? How many of you clicked on A without reading B, C, D? Who is A? Clap for him. He scored the highest. Chalo, we will move to the next unit. Quiz will happen only after we are done with the topic, no? I thought I'll put a story today, but you all broke my heart. Huh? Chalo, we'll move on to the next part, next unit. If I don't finish this today, tomorrow we'll not be able to finish the syllabus. Huh? We'll not be able to finish the syllabus then tomorrow. Huh? Acha, one more thing. I was saying, can we start the class at 2:30 instead of 3? Huh? That is okay with everyone. No, my class gets over at 1:30. So, nah, मुझे भी कुछ. हाँ. एक minute. I never said the class is over. I said tomorrow be here at 2:30. I never said the class is over. Huh? And chalo, I'll see you tomorrow.